Check 1, 2, mic check. Check 1, 2, mic check. What's going on, Chapo? Check 1, 2. Glasses keep having stuff. I got glaucoma. I'm watching option chains right now. They're just getting fucking whipsawed. Right here, we have like SPY hasn't moved. I'm sitting in an option chain, just watching the entire chain just get annihilated. All right. Hey, how are y'all doing here? Give me just one quick second here. I'm losing my voice. All right, give me a few minutes here. All right. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I thought I was in the main screen. So this morning, I had Bookmap on. Well, I was trying to reset my office this morning. I turned on Bookmap. I had to reset that computer, and all I saw was that bar that's right here. And price just hit that bar in pre-market. And all I could see was 15,000 contracts flashing, rolling all at once. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Triple witching, where things get crazy, where you can go blast down to the depths of hell or blast up to the tops of the moon, or even just trade sideways for the day. But it doesn't really matter. It's the contracts that are being traded. So if you've got Bookmap, I don't know if it's happening right now, but hold on. It's eased up a little bit, but you've got Bookmap. Take a look at where that bar is and just watch the numbers just flashing and changing at a massive pace. So we're going to talk about a few things. I'll get you started here. Now, the first thing that I would say to you would be this happens 4 times a year. Let's start with this. So triple witching used to be quadruple witching. Now it's triple. They take out 1 expiry. Now it's 3 expiries all on same day. And we'll go over what triple witching is, OPEX. And this is a time, we'll go over it in more detail here in a minute, but don't be sitting here today saying, oh, we're going to go up and we're going to go down and this is what you're going to do and this is what I'm going to do. I want you to think about this from the perspective of a year, a half year, and a quarter. we talk about time frames around here, right? Quarter, monthly, weekly, daily, sometimes morning, right? Wall Street lunch, you talk about Asia, London session, US session, and you can condense it down to even smaller time frames, right? You trade a 20 or 15-second chart, and you're trading what, 6 bars for 2 minutes, maybe, or 9 bars for 3 minutes. And this is one of the big ones. This is quarterly OPEX. So what you see happening today is, in price action on triple witching, excuse me. Price action on triple witching can be crazy. You can see positions that you're in go wildly out of the money, and then wildly in the money. You'll see concentrations on zeros and fives that are slightly outside of the money at the close today. What I would say to you is if you're in any positions, you're either trying to close them in the money if you get the opportunity, or if you're in a position and you're trying to close them and you're like, oh, fuck, this is going to be terrible. Just wait a minute. It could go in the money, or even the next session, next Monday, next Tuesday. So whatever you do is the point here on OPEX is don't go crazy on today. Also, if you're looking to place trades, this is a good day to place them. You'll see wild moves, and you're like, hey, I want to buy some puts for cheap. Then it goes screaming higher, and you can get them dirt cheap. Or I want to buy some calls for cheap, and it goes screaming really lower, and you can buy those really cheap. So consider that, or even stocks or options. You'll see individual tickers do the same thing. You'll see like something that's been shorted for like fucking 3 straight months just start screaming. And let me explain some of that to you too. So let's say you've got a ticker symbol PORN, and it's been murdered for 3 quarters. You might see it get murdered the rest of today, and you're like, yeah, fuck that stock. And then you walk back at, I don't know, 3:30 in the afternoon, and it's literally up fucking stupid, 3, 4, 5, 6%. I was in a trade once with Tesla, and I closed, or one time I was in a trade with Tesla that I was long in, and I was getting annihilated on OPEX. I'd had the trade on for some time, and it printed like 6% last half an hour of the day. I tried to trade a 0-date strategy on that same trade a second time, and it just got murdered into the bell. So you don't really know what's going to happen. Don't listen to anybody that's like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. It's all crystal ball bullshit on OPEX. So don't be going around being like, where are we going? What's going on? I'm here to trade today, that kind of stuff. If you are here to trade today and you see an up or downside move in your favorite ticker or index, it is a good idea to be like, hey, maybe I'm going to take that trade on that major low or major high or what have you. So right now for today, unless we get out of this, I want to show you this. If you're looking to, and by the way, you'll see me today placing trades. You won't see me talking on. I'll be here. The screen will be up and stuff, but I have to place a bunch of trades myself. Today, I have to look through I've got a basket of stocks today, and I got to look through them today and see if I can close anything. And I have to put some trades on today for the next quarter. So you'll see me doing that stuff throughout the morning and afternoon here today as well. So number one, let's look at the trigger screen really quick. And I think we might get some well, let's talk about, I'll show you a couple things. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to the downside. This is highly probable down here that we could dip down, trade 556, even lower. 554 is possible as well into the close. So if you're trying to put a long trade on for SPY, I would not be shocked to see this fucker trade all the way down here at some point today. That might be a possibility. So there's a couple places that we can look for to put longs on in SPY if you want to put a long on. I've got the call option chain open for me right now on a quarterly basis, trying to get long here. Well, I'm trying to put on, I'll tell you what, one of my things I'm trying to do today is to put on a ratio spread, a bear ratio spread for next month, but I'm not quite there yet. That if we go higher, I'll get paid and close one side. If we get a blast down, I'll get paid too. But as I put that trade on, I'll let you know if I place the trade or not. Now, this should be the most doom that you see, though. There's a couple things you want to be aware of. There's a magnet here, of course, on the monthly. I want to show you that. There is a magnet here in the monthly. We should come back to that at some point. We also have some firm resistance up here, right? We got like the 4-hour here, monthly, and we got a daily right here. Now I'm not putting too much. I'm not putting too much. I'm not putting too much. Like, hey, we're definitely going to trade. Down here, trade sideways, and then staircase down at the end of the day. If by end of day we're way up here, I wouldn't blink at that. You can't blink at it. It gets really funky. And not only that, there's another part of this too. You've got a lot of hedging activity that takes place today for the next quarter. And you've got large institutions that when they place these bearish or bullish hedges, they will also accompany with the opposite side of that trade to attempt to not disturb the market. So let's say they were doing a really bullish hedging, then you might see puts. You might see like the market go higher, and then like the puts would begin to lose their potency, and we could go straight down to the depths of hell. If you had a bunch of calls on some really bearish hedging, you would also see, let's say you got a really bearish hedge coming out. They'll load up a shit ton of 0-day calls to try to minimize their impact in the market, and then at like 3:30 in the afternoon, like straight up violently. So just don't be trying to be Mr. Rocket Scientist, Mrs. Rocket Scientist on where we're gonna go. Don't put any faith in this move to the downside. I'm just doing a Elliott wave count, and I'm also looking at this low down here. Hold on here. Go to an hour basis. I'm also looking at this low down here today. We know where the low of the market is over here. We got the low here, the inverse head and shoulders, right? You got this, and maybe we get down right in there, right in there, right? I got the little dotted line down there. And that would be for your inverse head and shoulders for an attempt to go higher. Very possible, especially for wanting to get best price for this trade higher into the next quarter. Next thing would be bottom right-hand side of screen. This is SPX Gamma here. We've been stuck inside of a range. I want you to see this range right now. So you've got up, down, right? And we could easily go up at the end of the day. The one thing you want to know about this range here is the breakout above or below it. Or if we even get roped into this somewhat into April 2nd, do we just get tied in here? Can we begin to break out or not? Which I don't think we can until after April 2nd if we get a put or whatever, or a Fed put or a Trump put or whatever. But the other thing is you want to always be watching today into April 2nd or so, and just make sure we're not breaking below this and making a new low. If we see that at any points, you know that we're going risk off. We haven't done that at this moment. There is one more thing down here, which is we broke through this once before, right over here. So it'd be more present if we went down here. I'd say below 5,500, danger zone. Like I say 56, but in truth it's 5,500. That's danger zone down there. This is SPX, by the way. Because you know what we're talking about with this, right? We're talking about hitting that monthly trigger to the downside, risk off behavior. If you didn't read it yet, I put out a special report for you last night on the website. You might want to read through that. I was writing that I wasn't tired, but I did limited proofreading. So if you see any kind of like garbled mumble jumble from me, I apologize for that. But I think it gets the gist of everything clear as day as to what to expect. All right, so I'll give you just a few minutes. I got a few things I got to do. I'm going to read. Let me read something else to you really quick. Hold on here. See if we hold on a second here. You know, you start seeing that wicking down here, baby. Whoopsie, right? Terrible. Hold on 1 second here. I would not be trading 0 dates today. Don't touch them. Like they're gonna strip this market down crazily today. You might be like, oh, I should have taken that trade or this trade. It's a good way to lose all your money is today. If you're doing like short term stuff, it's a really good way to lose all your money. Don't do it. All right, hold on here. Put that over there for you. And I'm going to read a few things to you as we get going here this morning, and then I got to look at some trades really quick. Give me just a few minutes here. So, triple witching, right? Triple witching hour is the last 60 minutes of the trading day on the third Friday of March, June, September, and December, when contracts for stock index futures, stock index options, and stock options expire simultaneously. Triple witching is the simultaneous expiration of stock options, stock index futures, and stock index option contracts all on the same trading day. This happens 4 times a year on the third Friday of March, June, and September and December. Expected expiration date for the 3 might increase trading volume. So if you're like, hear people telling you, we're getting bared up, that's not true. It's because we get increased volume closing and opening contracts for about 3 months. The expected expiration date for the 3 might increase trading volume, right? And cause unusual price changes in the underlying assets. I'll say that one more time. And cause unusual price changes in the underlying assets. It also triple witching days generate more trading activity and volatility since contracts allowed to expire cause buying or selling of the underlying security. While some derivative contracts are opened with the intention of trading the underlying security, traders seeking derivative exposure only must close, roll out, or offset their open positions before the close of trading on a triple witching day. As a matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, I had a large hedge on the market. I had to close that thing and wait for money to settle, and then I was trying to buy the market. I have little money to spend right now that's not either allocated for trades or is tied up like over a day or something that I want to get back into another trade. So think of this as a very mechanical operation that people spend a lot of time trying to get in and out of positions. And they've probably begun doing this a week ago, 2 weeks ago, things like that, so they can have their outlook for the next quarter. All right. What else do we have here? Triple witching days, particularly the final hour of trading preceding the closing bell, 4 p.m. Eastern time, known as the triple witching hour, can spike trading activity and volatility as traders close, roll out, offset their expiring positions. Single stock futures last traded in the U.S. in 2020, this is in this article, were typically grouped with stock options, and index futures, giving rise to the term quadruple witching. But they never drew nearly as much capital or trading interest as other types of equity derivatives, most notably stock options. Offsetting future positions, a futures contract, an agreement to buy or sell an underlying security at a set price on a specified day, mandates that the transaction take place after the expiration of the contract. If you guys don't know anything about futures, I could probably talk about it today if you want to, but we could talk about futures contracts, why they were made, like why they were invented. You'd have like a farmer out there farming corn, and we'll talk about that later. It's a whole lot of fucking conversation. Get off on a tangent. But at any rate, let's say I'm saying I will buy a bushel of corn for $1 in 3 months. Right? It's a set price, and if I get stuck with that contract, I have to take delivery of that corn and come up with $1 for it on one of these expiries. This being one of the largest ones. This is not the largest one in a while, but this isn't larger, I don't think, than December, but it's still fairly a large expiry today. So, for example, one E-mini S&P 500 futures contract is valued at 50 times the value of the index. If the S&P 500 is at 4,000 at expiration, the value of the contract is $200,000. The amount the contract's owner must pay if the contract expires, right, today. To avoid this, the contract owner is freaking out, right? Well, not all the time. Sometimes they don't mind buying it low because maybe they sold them or something, right? So they're like, I got to get out. Or some people are like, I got to get out of this fucking thing, or I'm going to take delivery, right, of all these shares. I don't want to do that. So to avoid this, the contract owner closes the contract by selling it before the expiration. After closing the expiring contract, exposure to the S&P 500 index can be continued by buying a new contract in a forward month, right? This is known as rolling out a contract. So if you're in the Discord and you see someone saying, I'm rolling my position for better Greeks or better time or better price, this is what they're talking about. Much of the action surrounding futures and options on triple witching days is focused on offsetting, closing, or rolling out positions. On the expiration date, contract owners can decide not to take delivery. Like, hey, I was long fucking tanker full of gasoline, and I don't have 40 acres in the back to take delivery of that gasoline, right? I got to get rid of that goddamn contract, or I'm going to be in a bunch of trouble, right? In some futures, you take delivery of shares or money, or you take delivery of physical things, like literally physical. That's not a joke. Like commodities and shit like that, you will take delivery of that stuff. On expiration date, contract owners can decide not to take delivery and instead close their contracts by booking an offsetting trade at the prevailing price, settling the gain or loss from the purchase and sale prices. Traders may also extend the contract by offsetting the existing trade and simultaneously booking a new option or futures contract to be settled in the future, which is called rolling the contract forward. If you know people that are traders, I want you to know that you may be asking them questions today like, hey, man, how am I going to trade this, bro? And they're going to tell you to fuck off because they're trying to reposition themselves for a new quarter. They might not even answer you. So just be aware of that today. If you don't see certain people around, you see a quiet Discord, quiet Twitter, quiet Wall Street bets, anything like that, it's because people are rolling their contracts out in the future, whatever they may be. If it's a single stock, if it's a futures contract, if it's options on single stocks or ETFs, they are probably more than likely busy. If you're like, well, Cap, I'm not busy, that's because you're probably a degenerate. If you're not a degenerate, you're likely busy today. It's terrible to say that. Hold on a second here. Expiring options that are in the money, are similar to those holding expiring contracts. For example, the seller of a covered call option can have the underlying shares called away if the share prices close above the strike price of the expiring option. People are also afraid of that. That their options are going to get called away if they're in the money. Call options expire in the money, that is, are profitable when the underlying security price is higher than the strike price of the contract. You guys should all be aware of that, even if you're a degenerate. Put options are in the money when the stock or index price is priced below the strike price, right? Yeah, what are we doing today? See that? Priced below. We had a huge gamma bar down below, didn't we? At 5,600. So think about that if we break below 5,600 today. So again, think about this from put options, but call options expiring in the money, that is, are profitable when the underlying security is higher, so it would be lower in this case for puts, right? Because everybody's got hedges on for mid-February into April, or into March 31st, excuse me, or March 21st today. Excuse me. So put options are in the money when the stock or index is priced below the strike price. In both situations, the expiration of in-the-money options causes automatic transactions between the buyers and sellers of the contracts. As a result, triple witching dates are when all three types of contracts, stock index futures, stock index options, and stock options, all expire on the same day, causing an increase in trading. Next up, triple witching and arbitrage. Though much of the trading in closing, opening, and offsetting futures and options contracts during triple witching days is related to squaring positions, the surge of activity can also produce price inefficiencies. This is a big one. So if you're what you should have put chains open today and call chains open today on all your favorite shit. I've already got some open here, but you should be looking around for inefficiencies in price. Sports bettors, professional bookies, look for these moments all the time. This is how they make tons of money. Is when you're seeing inefficiencies in price of an underlying issue, symbol, stock or a ETF or whatever. These opportunities might be catalysts for heavy volume going into the close on triple witching days, as traders look to profit on small price imbalances within large round trip trades completed in seconds. This is for you degens. If you're looking at like zero date puts or zero date calls, I'm not going to give you any financial advice on this, but you'll be like, yeah, maybe we'll, throw a little bit on both sides, right? You buy some puts and some calls that are dirt cheap, and one side might print stupid, right? I'm not going to give you any advice on how to trade that today, because I think it's better for most of you that are watching this show to just sit on your hands and plan out any long-term trades you want to make. But there is a lot of arbitrage to be made today. An example, Friday, March 15th, 2019 was the first triple witching day of 2019. Trading volume leading up to this third Friday of the month had increased market activity. Trading volume March 15th, 2019, right? That same date, right? On U.S. market exchanges was 10.8 billion shares. Say that again, 10.8 billion in shares, compared with an average of 7.5 billion average the previous 20 trading days. So you got 20 trading days with 7.5 billion shares traded, 20. And in one day, they traded that slightly more than that amount, an extra billy. So massive, massive, massive. For the week leading into triple witching of that Friday, the S&P 500, NASDAQ, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average were up 2.9%, 3.8%, and 1.6% respectively. However, it seems much of the gains happened before the triple witching Friday, because the S&P 500 and the DJIA increased only 0.5% and 0.54% respectively that day. Let me see what else I got for you. Today is a $4.5 trillion triple witching. The so-called triple witching will see 4.5. This is news, actually, not education. The so-called triple witching will see about 4.5 trillion in contracts tied to stocks, indexes, exchange-traded funds. Mature estimates compiled by Citigroup show a big chunk of these contracts is set to expire essentially worthless, prompting some market watchers to be skeptical that the event will lead to outsized moves caused by dealers trying to hedge positions. Still, the event was in the past known for causing sudden price moves as contracts disappear and traders roll over their existing positions. To IUR Capital Growth's Gareth Ryan, the day before a big contract expiry can be as active as the OPEX session itself. While a lot of volume could be done on listed products on the options expiry day itself, Thursday, which was yesterday, could also see a lot of activity around rollouts, roll downs, and position closing, particularly on short options which may not need to be held to expiry day. So you remember yesterday we were looking for that big old rip into the close yesterday. It didn't happen. So what do we have this morning? Blasting down, right? Well, I love this volume can be done on listed products on the options expiry day itself, Thursday. No, I already said that one. The last triple witching event on December 20th came days after the CBOE VIX index spiked above 28 as hawkish projections from the Federal Reserve sparked the biggest rout in the benchmark equity gauge since early August. The mood was calmer on Wednesday when the S&P 500 jumped 1.1% as Powell said there's no reason to change the current path of monetary policy, easing concerns about recession and inflation. That's not true. You know that, right? You read the brief last night. That is not true. There is a standoff going on right now between the White House and the Federal Reserve on a put. Either a put. Trump wants the Fed to give a better put than the put that Jerome gave. Jerome is basically like, fuck off. I'm going to reserve this for if we get it or if we crash, basically. So we're at a stalemate right now. You've got Trump sticking to very hawkish policy, reciprocal tariffs. He's even named the day, I think, Liberation Day is what he named it. And it's on April 2nd. This morning, there was an article on Financial Juice about it. If you go on Financial Juice, the New York Post had an article saying that concerned groups are gathering around everywhere and begging Trump to come up with a blanket policy trade agreement for the entire world all at once. I'll get that for you right now. Hold on. I'll post it in the Discord for you. Oh, where is this stuff? God damn, the shit that I got to do in the morning is insane. I'm looking through my work this morning. Hang tight here. When did that article come out? 8:30? Goolsby business that dropped their Financial Juice is attempting to explain away the drop this morning on businesses have anxiety waiting on CapEx RE tariffs. No. They already know about this stuff. What else we got? Where is this thing? Boy, they love it. They love fucking assigning reasons for this and reasons for that. Where's that fucking article? Hold on here. Post this for you inside the Discord. I know the New York Post is a trash rag, but this is the whisper on the street. I posted in the Discord for you. The mood was calmer on Wednesday. No, it's not calm. The quarterly OPEX event will likely send volumes flying as traders will unwind their wagers while dealers will roll any outstanding VIX futures positions to the next monthly expiry. Whether that will morph into wider stock market swings remains to be seen. To Citi equity trading strategist Vishal Vivek, Friday's triple witching is less significant, quote unquote, less significant relative to past events based on lower than historical open interest outstanding and relatively neutral dealer positioning. Dealers have been prepared for that forever, said Kevin Darby, Vice President of Execution Technologies at QQQ, a financial software provider. It's the stuff they love to do. They basically just take edge. They hedge it out further in a further month and let the gamblers gamble. Friday's triple witching is coming less than 2 weeks before the expiration of a huge options position at the end of the month. The JPM Hedged Equity Fund's JHEQ, which uses puts to shield against drops in the index. Well, that's not the best way to describe that either. If you guys ever want to go over, I went over it once before, but if you ever want to go over a bearish Siegel and the mechanics of it, I'm going to write that down. I'll try to do that one day with you guys this week. This is an incomplete description of a bearish Siegel. We'll go over it this week if we have time. Friday's triple witching is coming less than 2 weeks before the expiration of a huge options position at the end of the month. JHEQX, which uses puts to shield against drops in the market, holds a long position in the S&P 500 put options at 55.65 as part of a collar strategy that is rolled at the end of each quarter. I got one more here. One more story, and then I got to get to my thing. Hang tight 1 second. Come on down, baby. After a wild month for the U.S. stock market, investors have one more potential obstacle to overcome before the weekend. Triple witching. Calculations determine the notional value of these contracts can vary depending upon the methodology used, but a team of derivatives analysts at GS put the figure at $4.7 trillion. Now, we already went over that. I'll post some of this inside of the Discord for you, so if you want to see this stuff. Save. Here's the estimate. Here's another one. Exhibit 3. A sense of trepidation typically colors the run-up to a major options expiration due to their reputation for volatility. On February 21st, the day of the last monthly expiration, the S&P 500, listen to this closely, this is the last month's expiration, right? Not quarterly, but monthly. On February 21st, the day of the last monthly expiration, the S&P 500 index fell by 0.22%. That's nearly 2% on February's OPEX. But after a rocky stretch for markets that saw the S&P 500 briefly dip into correction territory earlier this month, some said Friday's expiration could actually help restore a sense of calm. I disagree with that. Quote, if the market rallies a bit after the Fed, then I actually think it will be pretty neutral expiration in terms of its impact, said Brent Kubucha, founder of Spot Gamma, a provider of options market data and analytics, during an interview with MarketWatch on Wednesday, a few hours before the Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell spoke to the media. The S&P 500 gained 1.1% on Wednesday. After the Fed left interest rates, you can see we're down a lot more than that this morning, right? The S&P 500 gained 1.1% Wednesday after the Fed left interest rates on hold at its latest policy meeting and kept its forecast for the number of rate cuts expected in 2025 unchanged at 2. As we'll talk about that this morning too. That's that article that I posted for you in the Discord. There's a standoff right now between Trump and the Fed. Trump basically wants to implement, the simplified version here is, Trump wants to implement what he knows will be damaging to the economy initially, not permanently, just transitorily, right? It won't be persistent. One-time hits to GDP, one-time hits to inflation. And he wants, let me put this up for you guys right there. There's look at that supply up there. Tons of supply up there. Basically, like simplified Trump White House policy is perceived as dangerous to our economy, business cycle, the stock market. Sentiments in the shitter, we know that, right? And basically the Wall Street institutions have pushed their money into Europe rather than into the United States, right? I did post something from what's her name this morning, Becky Chang or something, posted something saying some money is coming back into the market right now from Europe, but the herd money has been slowly leaving or since beginning of the year, and then it got really aggressive the past since mid-February. The exit of U.S. money, right, institutional money, has left to Europe, and you remember when we traded all the way down to 582? Yeah, 582, and then we kind of got parked there. Captain Condor was there for that too. And then we dropped again down here. Captain Condor was there for that too. And we've got new monthly flows coming in or expected to come in from pension funds and the like. You should see a ramp here for a few days into the 26th. So from today into March 26th, you should see flows come in. We don't know if the money's coming back from Europe or not. We don't know if the pension fund money is going to be light. We don't know if Bob on Main Street's calling and saying, don't put my goddamn money in the U.S. stock market. Or his financial advisor said, don't worry, Bob, I already put it in Europe. We're making bank. Something like that, right? So we've got these month-end flows coming into the stock market and the next few days. And we'll talk about hedging and all this kind of stuff today. We have plenty of time to get to that and expectations and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, unless that shit changes, either Powell starts handing out free cash to everybody, or Trump changes his stance. There's real danger ahead. Like some of the danger is like deficit, right? Debt ceiling, deficit related. Some of it is tariffs related. Some of it's warfare and all kinds of other fears that are interests to different silos of people. As stocks sold off the past few weeks, investors piled into bearish put positions. This caused the skew between the price of out-of-the-money puts and the price of out-of-the-money calls tied to the S&P 500 to steepen to 7 points earlier this month, the widest spread since 2022, according to data from CBOE Global Markets. A put option gives the holder the right, but not the obligation to sell the underlying stock at an agreed-upon price known as the strike price. A call gives the holder the right, but not the obligation to buy at the strike price. Rising demand for downside oh, shit, I'm going to buy some calls. Should I buy calls here? I want to buy some calls. Hold on a second. All right, I'm going to make this quick because I gotta look at the market here. Hold on one second here. I'm like missing stuff here. But as stocks rebounded over the last few sessions and many of the bearish contracts investors had purchased have moved out of the money, meaning they were on track to expire worthless. That has helped to shift option market makers positioning from a short gamma posture to something closer to neutral. When market makers are short gamma, their hedging activity often exasperates market swings, amplifying gains and losses. Prices for contracts have also declined. The CBOE Volatility Index, down 0.5%, has retreated from its year-date high of 29.57. The index, better known as the VIX or Wall Street's fear gauge, stood at 20 on Thursday. After Friday's option expiry, the next big event for options traders will arrive in about 2 weeks, when quarterly contracts expire at the end of March. At that time, a massive put position maintained by J.P. Morgan's hedged equity fund, JHEQX, is due to expire before the fund rolls over its hedges at the beginning of the second quarter. The fund's puts are sitting at 55.65 strike price. So let's say you see a rip, let's say today into the 26th. You could easily see us trade right back down into that hedge on the 31st. The fund's puts are sitting at 55.65. The mutual fund employs a collar strategy to protect investors from losses while limiting some of the fund's upside. Rocky Fishman, founder of ASIM 500, said this week's triple witching expiration could be less eventful than usual given all of the other market-moving news investors have recently had to contend with, including the Fed meeting earlier in the week. In a week with tons of fundamental things happening, the technical OPEX effect is less relevant than usual, Fishman told MarketWatch via email. Triple witching only happens once a quarter. It derives its name from the fact that monthly contracts tied to stock indexes, ETFs, and individual shares are all due to expire alongside futures contracts based on major indexes like the S&P 500. Give me one quick second here. I got to place a quick trade. U.S. retail clients' lowest volume day since October. There are 185 million of inflows from UBS retail market making clients Thursday. This was yesterday. As the drop in volatility has retail investors stepping back into equities, mostly ETFs and AI, on volumes that have returned to pre-U.S. election levels. Thursday's volumes were down 33% versus year-to-date average. We're at their lowest levels since October, as there appears to be signs of retail exhaustion after months of elevated retail volumes. Sorry, I'm having a hard time reading. Some of this stuff is like an 8-point tear, and I can't read it from that far away. Dude, what's gold doing right now? Is that shit getting blasted down? Or is that shit cranking? Oh, yeah. They took this fucker to the woodshed. That's good to see. All right. Sorry. I'm like, I got to check a bunch of shit. Hold on here. All right. So I need about 15, 20 minutes here. I've got a stack of shit that I own. I got like a bunch of shit. And I got to take a look at it this morning. I need like 15, 20 minutes. I'll still be here. I'm not going to put the screen up or anything like that. You might see me take a phone call or two or make a phone call or two to play some trades. But other than that, I just want you to just hang tight here as the market does its thing. Just note that you see those big bars up there. You got to get through all of those bars. You want to see those bars kind of disappear. And also be aware of another leg lower right over here, right down inside of here, okay? Make sure we don't squeeze up and then start blasting down into the close here today. Watch this trend line right here. This is an important trend. I think this is let me just take a peek. Yep. Be very careful of this trend line right here. You'll know if we're going to break out or not. think I smell like I can taste fish in my coffee this morning. I don't know what the fuck that's from. I'll share with you guys what I'm looking at here in the Discord. TLT. Oh yeah. TLT also getting hammered. Only 2.19 million though in inflows. SPX 263 million sell side on the open. Did they take out UNH this morning, or is UNH still pumping? Fuck is my list? I got a list of shit here that I wanted to buy, and I don't see it. All right, whatever. There we go. ABSI. Still not low enough. I'm going to go inside the Discord right now into the Pro Trader room. I'm going to show you a list of things that I'm trying to buy. I've been looking at these tickers since on and off since Jan 1. No. Hot stocks. Do they have options or no? ABSI. Ooh. I even wrote down SPY. I'm waiting for April. I didn't wait. LMND. Fucking name, man. You guys take a look at LMND and Lemonade. You gotta buy it. You gotta. What do they got for Lemonade? LMND. Lemonade's up 0.59 right now. Trade Lemonade options. March, April, May, June 20th. Dude, June, September? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, it's September. They're fucking juiced as fuck too, aren't they? I thought MU would have dumped by now, but it hasn't, has it? They ain't doing shit. I was hoping for Micron to go down deeper. Micron was on my list, but that shit looks like it's ready to go to the depths of fucking hell. It keeps bouncing off its monthly trigger, but that shit needs to die for like a while. Yeah, and it's gone below. It's gone below its monthly trigger before. Oh yeah, yeah. Fuck this one. I thought they could get MU underneath monthly trigger, but they haven't. I'm gonna put Donald Trump on here in just a moment for you. It says they've got Pete Hegseth is gonna come out. Major Jody, you know what a Jody is, and I'll play that for you here in just a minute. Lemonade. ABSI. Nope. What about TGT? What the fuck's happened to that? Fuck. Well, I guess you can't do Target, can you? Oh no, it's not a restaurant. What's Target doing right now? Oh fuck yeah! Look at Target. You know these. So like the start of every quarter, I write down like. Oh no, I shouldn't say that. So let me rephrase this. You should start doing this, okay? So if I give you tickers, I usually give you guys tickers, right? I'll pump out tickers to you guys and be like, "Hey, watch this one, watch that one, watch this one, watch that one." You should get into the habit of watching those stock tickers, and especially if they're not the price that you want them at. Not like in advance, like 3 months from now, 6 months from now. I want to buy that, but it's not the price I want it to be at. So here's one that I wanted to buy. So TGT, right? Target. And I was looking at it at the beginning of the year. Or at the beginning of the year, I'm like, I want to buy some quality, but I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay the price that stock is asking for, right? And I'm like looking back here in November 2021, and it got annihilated, right? And then remember we were talking about Target and how they missed the boat and all that kind of stuff, and they're like down again. They're down at their lows from October of 2023, trading $103 right now over the course of a quarter. I don't think they're done going down, but I was looking for them to be at this point to be at, $50, $60 or $70 or something like that. I was hoping that they would have like a shit the bed moment. They haven't had that shit the bed moment yet, but this is a prime example of like, I really want to own this stock that's quality, even though they're talking shit about this company. But I don't want to buy it here at this price. And especially right now, it looks like it's in fucking free fall. It's been looking like that for years. but it's on my list. So I'm not buying it right now. But still, like Target, $100 fucking dollars. That's fucking banging. Sorry. I wish I was rich. If I was rich, I would just buy it anyways. I wanted to careen down even farther. I'm like, Target, dude. It's like fucking, it's like GE, bro. 1980s. Hold on here. Like, I could fucking totally do something with that. So that's a lot of fucking money. I don't have a ton of money. I'm poor right now. All my shit's tied up. If I was a rich man, I'd buy the even though it looks horrible. Like, look at TGT right now. It looks like it wants to fucking drop. Like, you want to short something today? Like, short TGT. This fucking thing can go from like 103 straight down to like $65 blinking an eye. You fart the wrong way and this thing's going to collapse. I'm fucking bearish on TGT. Sorry. Give me a deal on TGT. Get in there and fucking load up on Poots. Here's one that I missed. I missed one called Shell, SHEL. Now I've been looking at this one since January. Look it up on your at home. SHEL. It's SH Sierra Hotel Echo Lima. And I missed this one. It just started cranking. I was hoping that this one would have blasted deeper. Down to like $60, and I totally missed the fucking boat. This thing is bullish as fuck right now. So no go on Shell. I missed the boat on that one. I missed the boat on this one too. This one had a low. I was thinking about buying Verizon, but it did bounce off of its monthly trigger. I guess they pulled a contract from Verizon recently, but it squeezed from $38 to $47. It's pretty fucking bullish right now. This one might be good to add. I'm not going to add this one, but I want more out of the trade than this. But Verizon looks good right now. VZ. I didn't have an alert on this ticker, and I don't know why. Or maybe the alert's on a different fucking layout. I never got an alert for Verizon, or I missed it. Maybe, oh no, you know what it must have been? It must have been that we blasted down here. It must have been that we blasted down in Verizon, and that's what it is. I can see right here what it is. I was expecting lower. Because they were on a low in January 8th, and I wanted it to go down like blood deeper. I wanted like $30 fucking dollars. Okay, I missed that one too, I guess. APLD. Nope, not ready. Maybe. No, this fucking thing's gonna dump too. No, maybe not. Daily basis. No. Nope, this one's still not ready either. Nope. Here's a good stock for you, but it hasn't hit yet. APLD. But I want to buy it at $3.74. Look these companies up; they're great companies. It's Alpha, Alpha Papa Lima Delta APLD. But I want it's trading $7 right now, but I want to own it at like $3.84 somewhere in there. If you want to set an alert on it. It's been coming down, but not enough. It was up here at like $11 beginning of the year, but I want it like way, way, way cheaper. And it's turning up in a big way, and it's got kick-ass fundamentals. Oh shit, we're cranking. They're squeezing us. Watch this closely, this white line right here. And this monthly here. EPLD. VXRT. So this other one here, VXRT, I'm looking at. Victor, X-Ray, Romeo, Tango. This thing is in the dumpster. It's been in the dumpster since 2023. It still hasn't hit its prior low. Its prior low was at 26 cents. I shouldn't be talking about this one. But this is one that I'm watching. It's close. I want it to get cheaper. It's a pure gamble. It doesn't they're like a garbage company. They're a pure shit stock. The reason I'm interested in this stock, and let me tell you why here. I posted a link, I think, on BluesSky about bird flu this morning. A link on bird flu from a podcast. Sorry about that. Podcast that was done. What's going on there? Move that to the side for you so you can see it. That's right. That's right. I traded coronavirus. Like when COVID began, right? When COVID began, I started trading penny stocks with a bunch of like pump and dumper people. And I was trading like COVID stocks and like Black Lives Matter stocks, all kinds of shit. And I bought a bunch of these companies and they were worthless. They were like 30 cents, $1, $2, worthless. Like all these COVID fucking drug companies. And they fucking went huge. Now, bird flu is not there yet. But if bird flu goes there, all these like shitcos that are like 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, all these there's like three people in an office park somewhere and I don't know. Fucking like I don't know, somewhere in Indiana. They get super ramped and they get traded pretty hard and heavy. I haven't bought this one yet either, but it's almost close to being ready. Right now it's trading 50 cents. But I want it to trade like 28 cents. And and you just buy it and don't look at it. Set like an alert somewhere. This fucking thing traded. This fucking thing IPO'd at some stupid amount of money. Like it was stupid. Where its high was, ready for this? Like something like $500, like $450 at one point. It's a shitco, but it builds like it researches bird flu shit. So like all you need is like Trump to come out and be like, "Oh, this is my favorite company, VXRT. We're gonna put some bleach in our mouths." They're developing the bleach vaccine. You know, it's not horse dewormer. This time it's bird dewormer. I'm not kidding. I am not fucking kidding. I'm not kidding. If you weren't trading in COVID, let me tell you something. Every single fucking company that was like, just all they had to do was fart and say, we're working on a COVID vaccine. Straight up. And the entire conversation was, well, we don't know who's going to come up with a cure. So we got to back them all, right? It's all bullshit. They're going to take another stab over here at the supply up high. See if they can get through it. I don't know. I don't know if it goes to the pink sheets or not. It's been down here forever. It's been down here forever. That's a good question. Here's my thesis on this stuff. Let's talk about this for a minute. So I have rules somewhere in the Discord. So I'll get in the course of a year, I'll go and look at easily 100 to 200 different stocks, okay? 100 to 200. Personally, I care about their fundamentals most of the time, but sometimes it's for a specific trade. I don't care if it gets delisted. I don't care if it never comes back. I don't care what it does. If it doesn't hit what I want, I just pass it over. You guys understand? If I miss one, I don't care. I'm just looking for a list of stocks that I keep adding to, and I set an alert on it and say, if it's in what I'm comfortable owning it for, or if it's a event-driven thing, I look at it. So every quarter, right, I take a look at all these stocks. I write them all down. I keep a ledger of them. I make indexes of them, and I track them all. So I talk about them in this show. I talked about these same tickers back in December, January. I'm actually revisiting something we've talked about on this show. So every quarter, I'm looking to see if this thing's hit my thing. Or as my alert sent me an email that said, hey, take a look at this stock. Why is it on the low? I don't want to buy anything unless it's in the price I want to pay for it and feel good about owning it. Now, this one hasn't hit yet, BXRT, but it's still on my radar. Set a little alert down there. Right on the alert. You know what you do? You write an alert, say bird flu. Bird flu. And maybe, but you can put an up in. I only have a downside alert, but put an upside alert and write bird flu on it. And if all of a sudden we get H5N1 turns into H5N5, boom, you get a hit. Jump in there because you know it's going to be one of the ones that run. Okay? Anyways, that's bird flu. I want to. Now, here's one that I wrote down. This is beginning of the year. I haven't looked at it yet in a while. But I said I want to buy BABA now. I never bought it. I never bought BABA. Let's see what it did this quarter. Fuck me silly. Dumb fucking stupid. Look at that shit. I should have bought BABA. I never bought BABA. It cranked. I wrote down want to buy now and never bought it. That's true. The exact words were BABA, want to buy now. Never bought it. Don't own it. It looks fucking awesome, by the way. I want to see it come back to $101. I fucked that up. If you bought BABA beginning of the year, congratulations. Oh yeah. So here's another one. I've got CMG set an alert for $50. It's trading $48.59. Now, I am not interested in buying this right now. So this is a good one to talk about. So BABA, in January, I wrote to myself, not BABA, excuse me, CMG. I wrote, set an alert to buy at $50. I never got that alert. If I got it, I missed it. So It said set an alert to buy at $50, right? And that's because of the monthly trigger. It just traded its monthly trigger. Now, like I always say, right, with this kind of shit, like as soon as your alert gets hit, you want to check what the news is. Why is it trading this low? You guys know why it's trading this low? We talked about DoorDash this week, right? DoorDash is doing buy here, pay here food delivery because they're afraid of retail sales. Retail sales looks great, by the way. But there's one part of retail sales that does not look good right now, which is dining establishments don't look good. People's habits are changing again. Now, the last few years, I would say since COVID, people's eating habits have been changing wildly. People are smart. It's the day of the internet, right? They all get together with their friends and they chat about what they're doing. And people are like running from one inflationary environment to another when it comes to how they eat, where they spend their food, where they're eating, all that kind of stuff. And these retail sales we just had were not looking good. Now that doesn't mean that it's like permanently bad. It's just one report. You'd need to get 3 or 4 reports, to make a story. But people are turning to. There's like it's kind of like when I was a kid, right? I'll talk to you guys. Let me talk more further about this. When I was a young boy, I'm becoming an old man. I have to remember that I'm getting old, and assume more of that. I feel like I'm 20 years old, not lying. I literally feel like I'm 20 years old. My brain, my head, I don't feel old. I feel super young and truly in real life. But I have to remember that I'm becoming an old fuck. Like I'm old. I'm getting old. And it's important for me to tell you guys stories about my life because when I was a kid, my dad always worked. That's all he did. He only worked. I never saw my dad, ever. My dad fucking just worked. He worked his balls off. And when he did speak to me, because I never had any contact with this guy, I told him to go fuck himself. I was like, I'm unique. And I'm original. And I'm going to do important things in my life. And I'm going to be more special than you've ever been. That was the conceit that I had from my dad. And I had to go back years later again and again and again and say, I was so wrong. And I apologize to you. You were trying to impart something upon me that I could not recognize. You know what that was? Wisdom. It was wisdom. It was his experiences that he had in his life that he was trying to pass along to me. I was more inclined to listen to my grandfather than I ever was to my dad. And it was a huge mistake for me to not listen to the wisdom of all of my forefathers. So let me explain something to you guys. Like when you see like DoorDash freaking out, or you see CMG coming down right now, it's trading $48.60, right? No, I don't think this applies as much to Chipotle, but what you should recognize is that people's eating habits do change from decade to decade. Decade to decade. So what was once cool is no longer cool. Kids know this, but adults don't. Old people forget this. So this isn't a conversation so much for kids. This is for you being old. Remember when you're a kid, like when I was a kid, Howard Johnson's was huge, right? Denny's was huge. We had that conversation yesterday, right? We talked about Outback being good 10 years ago, great 20 years ago. And people's eating habits change. My own kids. You should see the shit that these kids eat. They eat like they drink like boba, bubble tea. My kids have palates. They eat like real Korean food, real Japanese food, real African food, Guatemalan food. They don't eat like I ate when I was a kid. And they demand that we cook for them, not like when I was a kid. Right? When I was a kid, there was like, we're going to do baked macaroni and cheese with sliced tomatoes. from a cookbook. Kids today are like, we don't. I don't. That's gross, Daddy. We're never eating that. Do you get what I'm saying? So CMG, Bloodin right now, 48.58, trading below its monthly trigger. Wouldn't it be fascinating for it to trade now? And let me explain the rest of this here. So, set an alert, $50, right? And I just got a retail sales report that said, "Oh no, be very afraid of people eating out at these restaurants." Here's one of them, CMG. Now I know that some of you out there are like, "I love Chipotle. It's just accumulation and distribution cap," but that's the driving narrative for getting price lower, isn't it? Whether that's true or not, that people do or don't like. I see lines up the front door cap at CMG. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if the news is bullshit. It doesn't matter if the news is real. It doesn't matter if or it does matter if kids' dining habits are changing, but you want to be aware of that. But more importantly, it just had a new low. Its first low was here at in August of 24. It just made a new low today. And now I'm like, yeah, this fucking thing could probably trade all the way down and party to like $36. Easy. So set an alert on CMG. Maybe we can get CMG to like, over the course of, period of time come down and say hello, $35. I know you might be like, the cap, that's never happening, but it's possible. It's definitely possible. And if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter, does it? Why does it not matter? If I watch enough of these things, 100 of them every 3 months, about 1 or 2 are bound to come to me, right? 3, 4, 5, 10 are bound to come to where I'm willing to own them. So I'm not willing to own Chipotle at the moment. I know they've got some craziness going on. They also have a double cross up here, which looks pretty fucking bearish. So I'd like to see them come down to about $37. So I'm not going to add them today. Hold on a second here. Here's another one. Oxy. I owned them for a minute. But not anymore. I was trading a gap closure and did well with them. Oxy down nice and low right now. I still don't think it's done going down, though. I think it'll hit a low in the summertime. I owned them briefly this year. I want to pay $30 for Oxy by summer, I think. I'd really like to get into oil like mid-July or mid-July. I want to add an alert here. Some resistance up here already. Let's see if they're able to take us downtown over here. We already hit this target here. Watch this closely if we can get down here and crank down to the downside. Oh, did I miss Trump's speech? Oh, the event is temporarily delayed. Stalker. So the Trump Hedgeworth. Here, I'll turn on the. Let me turn on the what do you call it here? The news squawker. Of course, it's been delayed. Not shocked at that at all. Can you imagine if Trump came out today and said we've come up with a deal for trade negotiations for the entire country or for the entire world? This fucking market would go vertical. It would go straight fucking vertical. I don't think they're doing that. he's probably going to bitch about the leak about Elon Musk. Elon Musk is supposed to be about Dodge, right? Does China have anything to do with Dodge? Can anyone answer that for me? Question. Anybody out there answer that question for me? Is Dodge involved with China, or is it, I thought they were government efficiency? I don't know. Anyways, I guess Hegseth and Elon Musk were supposed to meet about national security matters with other countries, or about China in particular. And then it leaked from the New York Times. Yeah, well, I guess my question, I guess the briefing was supposed to be about war, operational planning for, what do we do if we go to war with China? And I guess Elon Musk is now partaking in that. Did you guys get filled in yet from Trump on what to say? I don't know. Anyways, we got a presser coming up here. It's on Financial Juice right now. We'll see if they focus on that or if they focus on trade stuff that actually impacts the stock market. I got a little bit more news here for you. Hold on. I'll take a break here from what I'm doing. Hold on. ByteDance investors considering TikTok deal with Oracle, according to Financial Times. Williams saying the U.S. Central Bank is not in a hurry to make the next monetary policy decision. It has become harder to forecast the outlook right now. So that was we mentioned that this morning, I think. Trump was trying to get Powell to become super dove right now, and Powell is like, "Fuck no." And that's the idea that if we trade down to the monthly trigger, you'll get the Fed put, but not until we trade down there.
Series bunny hours this month, according to data. Oil tanker Aquatica arrived in Syria's Bani Yas port on Thursday, according to local media outlets. Also, Russia is set to supply 200,000 tons of Arctic oil to Syria for the first time.
Remember when Boeing was considered a great airline company, and then all of a sudden it came out that Boeing was making shit aircraft? Trump awards Boeing the next generation fighter jet contract worth billions. JPM on market structure and the retail investor. I'm going to post this in the Discord for you.
Do you want to
post in the market chat? Hold on here.
The bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls?
In the market chat.
Sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
GS on tariffs here. JPM on market structure and the retail investor. We believe that a combination of factors, zero commission trading, the pandemic, greater access to leverage. Oh, listen to this. I don't know if this is going to be condemnation or not, but I'll read it to you. We believe that a combination of factors, zero commission trading, the pandemic, greater access to leverage, you got it, greater usage of options, has brought about a structural increase over the past decade in the participation of U.S. retail investors in equity trading, as well as in their equity allocations Structurally higher equity allocations by U.S. households imply structurally more expensive U.S. equity valuations. We find that the U.S. retail investors appear to have become rather underweight equities in the fund space, including ETFs after the recent correction. I think I'll look at my shit today and see what I own at. I thought I was at 572, but I think I'm at like 573 and change. I'll check.
Yeah,
I did 2 buys. I'll look in a minute here.
At 5.3015, well, 5.3015 highest in the week.
We find that U.S. retail investors appear to have become rather underweight equities in the fund space, including ETFs, after the recent correction. I believe that. I think people come after me and yell at me. Like, I got to tell you guys, like, I got people like at my throat, like, you're buying the S&P 500, blah blah blah. It's gonna be doom, bro. Never coming back ever again. All kinds of shit like that. So I don't know. Not only that, and that's not the only like I got like close friends that are buying with me, but not many. So the unwind in the previous U.S. exceptionalism trade looks rather advanced in both price and positioning space for the S&P versus Euro stocks and HSCI. I agree with that. Like Euro stocks have been cranking. If you guys look at VVIX and VIX, and then look at S&P 500 and stacks, like it's just begging for a rotation. Anyways, the unwind of the previous U.S. exceptionalism trade looks rather advanced in both price and positioning space for the S&P versus Euro stocks and HSCEI, as well as USTs and versus bunds. So treasuries versus bunds. Note too, the BABA trade went fucking vertical, right? Like BABA went fucking vertical. So they're talking, maybe you want to short BABA, I don't know, as well as UST versus bunds. For the dollar, the unwind looks larger in price than positioning space, while for U.S. versus non-U.S. equities more broadly, it similarly looks larger in price space than in relative equity flows. Over the longer term, there is a risk that structurally higher government deficits combined with ongoing central bank QT could continue to put upward pressure on term premia. And relative to their past historical ranges, there does appear to be room for term premia to rise. Then GS goes on to say, tariff headlines have caused sentiment to plummet. Positioning is super unstretched. Investors have room to pile on, but are opting to wade in slowly, as trading can only be done in incremental periods until we clear the April Fool's hurdle. The April Fool's hurdle is the Trump, whatever the fuck he calls it, Make America, I don't know, Make the Rest of the World America Day or something like that on April 2nd. At least we are finally back to the good news is good news environment. Similar to sentiment, liquidity is in the gutter at 5.3 mm today. That is less than 20 S&P E-mini contracts. Hard to play quarterback offense until you know you have your O-line. S&P top of book liquidity is up 58% from last week's 3.38 mm, 3 out of 12, but still well below YTD year-to-date average of 9.31 mm and 1 year average of 12.59 mm. So I watched a program yesterday. I had a program forwarded to me. Let me see if I can find this. Yesterday I had a link sent to me for Larry Williams. Let me see if I can find it here. Wait a minute here. Is this thing actually on? Maybe. Nope, it's not on. So I ended up watching this thing yesterday and wanted to I'll give you guys a link. It's in the brief last night, but I'll post it for you right now. And Larry Williams made a good argument. He's long, by the way. He did get long too. And he made some fair points here. Hold on one second here. I'm going to mute this really quick. And he did a broadcast stating that he bought the dip. Now, I like Larry Williams a lot. I look up to him as an investor and as a trader. But he made some fair points. He was like, I've been wrong before, and I'll be wrong in the future. And I'm like, whew, talk about some relief hearing that from Larry. Like, it's okay to be wrong buying this dip. And so GS is talking right now about, with the sentiment in the gutter like it is right now, it's hard to get long, right? As a retailer, as a retail trader. I'll post this in here. And that's at a timestamp when his show was. I just posted it in the market chat if you want to watch it. But he said some key points. He was like, I don't really care about Trump. I don't care about tariffs. He did say he cared about deficit spending. And he also made some talk about 2026 and 2027. And he's still on the trade with GS. He's still on the trade that we're in like 1927, 1928. But he does say, man, he's like, we're gonna have that he says we're gonna have a 1930s moment. Not yet, but a couple years from now. His other fear is that the markets will have a long decline, or a deep decline, I should say, starting, I think, in he described it like this. He said the top of the market should be. Let's start over. He said the top of the market should be end of 26, beginning of 27. He said, I think that the market will close on new highs for the year, at the end of the year. He also said, though, that we'll have a rout in 2026. And then, of course, that failure, that double top failure in the second half of 2026. And then he said from there, it's going to be a fucking nightmare, a bloodbath into 2027. But he made another fair point in this outlook, too. He said that that route into 2027, when the real route starts in 2027, he said that bottom, or that should take a while to bottom. It'll be deep as fuck. And he also said that it could be a period of a decade, like the 50s and 60s, where we get very limited returns in the stock market. So if you think about it, right? Let's say you're here on the show with me. We're probably going to trade together into a major depression from his point of view, which is wild. And then the second thing would be, where do we put investments 2 years from now? And then he was talking about a decade of limited growth, which is like the 1950s and 60s. And he went on to talk about these cycles that reminded me of the, what is it called? The turn or something? The fourth or fifth turning or some shit like that. And he was discussing in that show that that cycle happens all the time.
Begins with Trump.
Video is out. You can account for it through 100-year periods, going back to the 1600s and shit. So it was interesting. He kind of hinted at some of that stuff. He did say that his biggest fear was not Trump, not tariffs, not policy, not war, none of that stuff. He said it was the deficit. Oh, here we go.
On the Department of Education, which is being moved. We're going to educate the children in their states. Where they
Oh, look at it. It's Battle Buddy wife fucker over here.
the way it is, and we're going to make a move that's very big. I don't think it's even risky a little bit. I think it's going to be amazing. It should have been done years ago. Risky a little bit. I think it's going to be amazing. It should have been done years ago. They've been talking about doing it for many years, but nobody ever got it off. But we did, and
We'll cover up Hedge Seth over there.
acceptance of it by almost everybody, including a lot of Democrats, actually. I do want to say that I've decided that the SBA, the Small Business
Trump says SBA will
Administration,
handle
headed by
student
Kelly
loans immediately
Loeffler, terrific
and will
person,
Voice news
will
disconnected.
handle all of the student loan portfolio. We have a portfolio that's very large, lots of loans, tens of thousands of loans, pretty complicated deal. And that's coming out of the Department of Education immediately, and it's going to be headed up by Kelly Loeffler, SBA, and the role set for it. They're waiting for it. It'll be serviced much better than it has in the past. It's been a mess. And also, Bobby Kennedy, the Health and Human Services, will be handling special needs and all of the nutrition programs and everything else. Rather complex, but that's going to be headed by and handled by Health and Human Services. So I think that'll work out very well. Those two elements will be taken out of the Department of Education, and then all we have to do is get the students to get guidance from the people that love them and cherish them, including their parents, by the way, who will be totally involved in their education along with the boards and the governors and the states. And it's going to be a great situation. I guarantee that in a few years from now, I hope I'm going to be around to see it, but I think we're going to see a lot of it. I think that you're going to have tremendous results. You're going to have results like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, a lot of the countries that do so well. I think you're going to have a lot of those results. If you look at Iowa and Indiana and Idaho, so many places that run so well, Florida, Texas, big ones, you're going to have great education, much better than it is now at half the cost. And we're not even doing it as a cost item, although you will save probably half, maybe more than that. And you're not going to be at the bottom of the list. You're going to be much higher, and maybe you'll be, I will guarantee some of the states will be at the top of the list. They'll be comparable or better than these number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 the countries that are in the top 5 positions. So that's, to me, it's very exciting, and it's been received very well. So I just wanted to tell you about the student loans and special needs. But we're here for a reason today that is very exciting, and I'm thrilled to announce that at my direction, the United States Air Force is moving forward with the world's first 6th generation fighter jet. Number 6, 6th generation. Nothing in the world comes even close to it. And it'll be known as the F-47. The generals picked a title. And
BA, this is BA.
F-47.
Cranking right now.
Something the likes of which nobody has seen before in terms of all of the attributes of a fighter jet. There's never been anything even close to it, from speed to maneuverability to what it can have to payload. And this has been in the works for a long period of time. After a rigorous and thorough competition between some of America's top aerospace companies, the Air Force is going to be awarding the contract for the next generation air dominance platform to Boeing. As you know, was highly competed for. There was a lot of competition, generals, and it's been going on for a long time. Very, very tough competition, but this plane is produced numbers that nobody's ever seen before. The F-47 will be the most advanced, most capable, most lethal aircraft ever built. An experimental version of the plane has secretly been flying for almost 5 years, and we're confident that it massively overpowers the capabilities of any other nation. There's no other nation. We know every other plane. I've seen every one of them, and it's not even close. This is a next level. You know, level 5 is good. This is level 6, they say. The F-47 is equipped with state-of-the-art stealth technology. It's virtually unseeable and unprecedented power. It's got the most power of any jet of its kind ever made. Maneuverability, likewise, is there's never been anything like it, despite the power and speed. Its speed is top. It's over 2, which is something that you don't hear very often. America's enemies will never see it coming. Hopefully we won't have to use it for that purpose, but you have to have it. And if it ever happens, they won't know what the hell hit them. A new fleet of these magnificent planes will be built in the air during my administration for the next couple of years. It's ready to go. They've already built much of what has to be built in terms of production, including the sheds. We'll ensure that the USA continues to dominate the skies. We've given an order for a lot. We can't tell you the price because it would give way to some of the technology and some of the size of the plane, good sized plane. This contract also represents a historic investment in our defense industrial base, helping to keep America at the cutting edge of aerospace and technology. Our allies are calling constantly. They want to buy them also, and certain allies will be selling them, perhaps toned down versions. We like to tone them down about 10%, which probably makes sense because someday maybe they're not our allies, right? But I would like to ask Secretary Hegseth, who's doing a fantastic job. He's really been very inspiring in so many ways, and I must say that before he speaks, we have had record people wanting to join our military in the last 2.5 months, literally since this, I think probably since the election, November 5th, but especially since we came to office and since I announced Pete. He's young, he's smart, he's strong, he loves it, and they love him, but we've had record numbers of people wanting to join our military. Now, if you go back...
That's not true.
It was the exact opposite. You had record numbers of people not wanting to join the military. Now you have...
That's all not true.
Numbers of people wanting to be in our military, and that's a really... that's a great honor. That shows you where...
I didn't lie, like... Well, he's not lying, but he's kind of telling the truth.
President, this is a big day.
These people have always wanted to join our military. They are ineligible.
The name of this program.
Ineligible. So what they're doing is they're allowing, so they're pumping numbers right now. So like somebody that was ineligible,
America is going to have.
they're putting these kids into programs to get them fit so they can join the military.
Fighter.
I don't want to say what we called it in the Army because it's kind of bad to say what they would call this in the Army, but
Now we have the F.
what they're doing now is they're going to find juniors and sophomores and not sophomores, juniors in high school that are ineligible,
Enemies that we can
and
still be able to
they're putting them into
unimpeded
weight loss
to my kids and your kids to my
camp, basically.
This is a historic.
They haven't enrolled, and they're not eligible to enroll. They can't even go to what I want to. I don't know what we used to call it in the Army. I can't call it, but I forget what it was called. Usually, you'd pass the was it PFST or PFA, whatever the fuck it was called, physical fitness something, and then they'd get you in on a bare minimum, right? And then they'd send you to basic, and you wouldn't be able to perform. So they'd send you to this like camp. And they'd recycle you over and over. I'd be graduating, and they'd be recycling people still. Now they're doing it before you get in the Army.
The F-47 is part of it. And Mr. President, thank you for having the courage to do it and leading the way for all our warfighters.
Thank you very much, Pete.
So we've lowered the standards, basically.
Just a couple of seconds, but this plane flies with...
Yeah, no, we used to call them something different, but it was still something bad like that.
It's a technology that's...
They'd make that like they'd send us to chow in the morning, and they would send these kids outside of the chow hall into a pit with cut up tires in it, and they would just smoke them. And the worst part was that a lot of these kids would get hurt because they would get shin splints and shit. They weren't prepared for that kind of like rapid weight loss, rapid this, rapid that.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary.
So now they're trying to like take kids before the military that are ineligible.
This is a big day for our United States Air Force as well. Air dominance is not a birthright, but it's become synonymous with American air power. But air dominance needs to be earned every single day. And since the earliest days of aerial warfare, brave American airmen have jumped into their machines, taken to the air, and they've cleared the skies. And whether that be clearing the skies so we can rain down destruction on our enemies from above, we can clear the path for the ground forces below. That's been our commitment to the
You guys know like how big our Air Force is,
and
and our
this F-47 as the
I
crown.
think like the top 3 Air Forces are like our Air Force, our Navy, and our Army in the world. Top 3.
I also want to thank everyone from industry and within government, our engineers who have worked tirelessly on this program to bring it where we are right now today. This shows that American talent, American skill, and American determination are second to none, because this platform is second to none. So we believe that this provides more lethality, it provides more capability, more modernized capability in a way that is built to adapt. This, along with our collaborative combat aircraft the President talked about with drones, this is allowing us to look into the future and unlock the magic that is human-machine teaming. And as we do that, we're going to write the next generation of modern aerial warfare with this. This enables us to do this. The manner in which we put this program together puts more control in the hands of the government, so we can update and adapt at the speed of relevance, at the speed of technology, not at the speed of bureaucracy. This is more Air Force. This is more options for the President. We say as our mission in the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win air power anytime, anywhere. If you want to go anywhere, you have to have a platform that gets you anywhere. This provides the President options from the very one end, which is a quick response, and then we can get right back into fighting stance without having to deploy troops that are going to take maybe months and cost more lives. We can be back in fighting stance, and maybe we restore that deterrence, all the way to decisive victory as part of a joint force that is the most lethal and capable military ever known in history. That's what we provide now, and this allows us to provide it into the future. It's more deterrence, more capability. It's what peace through strength looks like into the future, Mr. President.
I wonder if we just park here all day long.
All we can say is,
Like we don't literally just sit right here.
let's deliver.
Thank you very much. Thank you, General. Would you like to say something?
No, sir, I'll just double check what the chief said.
He knows what to do.
Generational
He knows who the boss is. Look at
That's
him.
exactly right. Air security is what it's all about, and this is what we'll deliver.
That's great. Thank you very much. Great job. We've worked together long and hard.
Is that a UFO in the picture?
A big secret. In fact, we don't show too much of the plane for that reason. You see what we show? You see how beautiful that is, but that's just a very small part of it.
Sure.
I wasn't surprised.
What else am I adding?
How much are you going to show if they came in with that? You see a wheel in the front? That's about it. Any questions?
Mr.
President Trump,
Peter?
Is
80,000 pages of documents is a lot to sift through.
Yeah.
Can you just tell us who killed Kennedy?
Well, I was given the task of releasing that because many presidents have gone through it and they haven't released. And I said,
Fuck is this?
we even released Social Security numbers. I didn't want anything deleted. They said, sir, what about Social Security? People long gone, but they're long gone, so I can't imagine. But I said, if you don't delete it, if you do delete it, we have people are going to say, why did you delete it? There's something in there. So we gave Social Security, we gave everything. And the rest is for you to look at, Peter. You're going to see whether or not you see anything. But we've given it. We're doing it with Dr. Martin Luther King, too. They're preparing all of that. They're going to release everything. And whoever else they want. I mean, we have nothing. We really have nothing to hide. We shouldn't have. When a lot of time goes by. But with the Kennedy files, in particular, they were going crazy on them. I don't think there's anything that's earth-shattering, but you'll have to make that determination. In those, it's 80,000. It's actually 88,000, and we have some additional things, as you know, come out today. And for that, you can go to the offices and you can see whatever you want to see. Everything is out there, totally open. The additional stuff is available later on today. You go over to the offices and you can have it immediately. And you'll make a determination.
And on something else, these Tren de Aragua guys, because of your executive order, they are designated as foreign terrorists.
Yeah.
If ISIS or Al-Qaeda foreign terrorists were operating here in the United States, cops would probably be shooting first and asking questions later. And so what is the difference between
Who is this guy?
somebody like an ISIS or an Al-Qaeda
This guy's got to be a plant, right? This guy's a plant, definitely.
or Tren de Aragua?
Well, these are people that focus on destroying people in their homes. They're not as international in that sense. They're a group of thugs. They come from Venezuela. They come from the prisons of Venezuela. They're very, very dangerous people, but they didn't look so dangerous when the guards took care of the situation from El Salvador. And I want to thank the president. He's a friend of mine. He's done a great job. But I just can't imagine that the Democrats are taking this issue where they want to have them back. You know, so now they have men playing in women's sports. They have transgender for everyone. They have open borders. They have all of their crazy policies that are, I think, 95-5, not 90-10, okay? And their new policy is, let's bring Trinidad back into our country. Let's bring the worst, these are the worst gang members there are. They looked amazingly frail, though, by the way they were handled. It's very amazing. You know, they weren't, when they were in Colorado cutting the fingers off a man because he made a phone call to the police, they seemed a lot tougher then than they did when they were having their head shaved and they were in shackles. They're tough people, they're bad people. We don't want them in our country. We can't let a judge say that he wants them. You know, he didn't run for president. He didn't get much more than 80 million votes. And we just can't let that happen. It'd be so bad for our country. I won on the basis of getting criminals out of our country that were let in. It was called unforced error. They were let in by Biden, incompetently let in, and let in by the millions, actually. 21 million people, I believe it's 21 million. And that's not even including the gotaways, but these are rough people. We want them out of our country. And I won the election based at least partly on that, and that's a big part, yeah?
And I don't know if you saw this. Tim Walz is now saying about Trump supporters, and forgive me, I'm just reading a quote from Tim Walz, I think I could kick most of their ass.
Oh boy, he'd be in trouble.
Is there any way to know?
Well, he's a loser, yeah, I mean, he's a loser. He lost an election. He played a part. You know, usually a vice president doesn't play a part, they say. I think Tim played a part. I think he was so bad that he hurt her. But she hurt herself, and Joe hurt them both. They didn't have...
Like, is this guy asking anything that's real? This guy is asking about shit.
Have you heard that Biden wants to get back involved for Democratic politicians, fundraising and campaigning against your policies? What do you think of that?
I hope so.
Mr. President, there are several families. Mr. President, there are families from some of the people.
Who are you with?
I'm with La Nación newspaper from Argentina. There are families from some of the people that were on those flights to El Salvador that claim that they're not criminals, they're not members of Tren de Agua, of MS-13. What can you tell them, and what guarantees can you give them that everyone in those planes were actual criminals, terrorists, as you said?
Well, I was told that they went through a very strong vetting process, and that that will also be continuing in El Salvador. And if there's anything like that, we would certainly want to find out. But these were a bad group. This was a bad group, and they were in bad areas, and they were with a lot of other people that were absolutely killers, murderers, and people that were really bad with the worst records you've ever seen. And but we will continue that process, absolutely. We don't want to make that kind of a mistake.
Mr. President, is the U.S. planning to give up the position of NATO's Supreme Allied Commander, and if so, why?
NATO is something that I saved. NATO was gone until I came along. In fact, the previous Secretary General, very good man, both of them are good. The current man is fantastic. But both of them have said, if it wasn't for Trump, you wouldn't even have a NATO, because we were paying the cost of almost all of the countries. And now they're paying. I said, we're not going to do this. We're not going to continue. You hurt us on trade. You do bad things on trade. And then on top of it, we're supposed to pay for your military. And because of what I did, hundreds of billions of dollars flowed into NATO by countries that just weren't paying. They were delinquent. They weren't paying their bills. So NATO is solid. They're strong. But they have to treat us fairly.
Are we going to give up the...
Because look, without us, NATO is not the same. And I can tell you, I've been having very good discussions, as you know, with President Zelensky and with President Putin. And President Putin will tell you that without the United States, he wouldn't be worried. But he is worried when the United States is involved. And I have to tell you, I've dealt very well with both gentlemen, and we have, I think we have the confines of a deal. I hope we have the confines of a deal. I'm doing it for two reasons. Number one, and by far most importantly, thousands of young people, and they're not American people, they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, are being killed every week, thousands a week. And also the United States has paid, because of Biden, $350 billion on a war that should have never happened. If we had a competent president and this sitting right here, that war would have never happened. It would have absolutely never happened with me. And it didn't happen. For 4 years, it didn't happen.
Mr. President, do you think you have the authority, the power to round up people, deport them, and then you're under no obligation to a court to show the evidence against them?
Well, that's what the law says, and that's what our country needs, because we were, unfortunately, they allowed millions of people to come into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. So you ought to ask, did he have the authority to allow millions of people? Did Biden have the authority to do something that's unthinkable? Have open borders where millions of people poured into our country, totally unvetted and totally unchecked, just as you would say. And many of those people were criminals. Many of them were from jails and prisons and mental institutions and gang members and drug dealers and very dangerous people. Many were murderers. We have 11,088 that we know of murderers they murdered. Of that number, at least half killed more than one person. They're in our country. They're in a location near you. Biden allowed that to happen to our country. And his people that really ran the country. And the person that operated the auto pen, I think we ought to find out who that was, because I guess that was the real president. So when you ask me if we have the authority, did Biden have the authority to allow millions of people to come into our country? Many of these people hardened criminals at the top of the line who have caused tremendous damage in our country. You see them in New York City fighting with our police. I mean, literally having fist fights in the street with our police. These are tough, hard criminals. Many of them came out of jails, and not just South America, from all over the world. They came out from Africa, from the Congo. They came out from Asia. Not just South America, but many from South America. These are hard, tough criminals, and we have to get them out. And a judge sitting behind a bench someplace got a nice appointment. You can't take that away from the people that are responsible. Now, in this case, Marco Rubio has a lot of big decisions to make, and he's a fantastic person, a great man. I think he'll be our best. I think he has a chance to be our best Secretary of State.
Sorry about that. I'm not seeing anything that matters right now.
He's gone to so many different countries already.
Getting alerts here, but it's not saying what it is.
People out of our country. And you can't stop that with a judge sitting behind a bench that has no idea what goes on, who happens to be a radical.
It says France is said to float using EU's most powerful trade tool in the U.S.
You guys are denying this New York Times report that Elon Musk was going to be shown a 20 to 30 page presentation about a theoretical war plan against China. Why not just show it to Elon?
Because I don't want to show it to anybody. You know, you're talking about a potential war with China. Now,
these guys are plants, by the way, these people that are asking these questions.
with Pete, I'm dealing
They're trying to make it normal.
with airplane purchases, and I think they're all going to be great. But I don't want other people saying anybody
Or I shouldn't say plants, just friendly reporters.
with China. We don't want to have a potential war with China, but I can tell you if we did, we're very well equipped to handle it. But I don't want to show that to anybody. But certainly you wouldn't show it to a businessman who is helping us so much. He's a great patriot. He's paying a big price for helping us cut costs, and he's doing a great job. He's finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse. But I certainly wouldn't want, Elon has businesses in China, and he would be susceptible perhaps to that. But it was such a fake story. The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. And
Yeah, there's the plant. Whoever this guy is not a normal reporter.
who would do such a thing? And the first thing I did is I called Susie and I called Pete. I said, is there any truth to that? And they said, it's ridiculous. No, he's over there to talk about cost. You might want to address that, Pete. But Elon was over there today to address cost. Doge, thing called Doge, which you've heard about. Pete?
That's exactly
that.
You pointed out it was a fake story. We pointed out
It was about Doge. It wasn't about war.
undermine whatever relationship the Pentagon has with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a patriot. Elon Musk is
You can't take this fucking guy seriously.
capabilities. Our government.
You just can't.
I'm grateful for that. We welcomed him today to the Pentagon to talk about Doge, to talk about efficiencies, to talk about innovations.
Yeah.
It was a great informal conversation. The rest of that reporting was fake. There was no war plans, there was no Chinese war plans, there was no secret plans. That's not what we were doing at the Pentagon.
I might add that I think Elon, if they ever wanted to do that, I think Elon wouldn't do it. I think he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't want to put himself in that position. But if you read what's out of the New York
It's a fucking disaster.
newspaper, it's such garbage. It's it used to be called all the news that's fit to print. Well, it's all
Me?
it's not.
No, I didn't vote for. Dude, I don't like Biden. You can hear me on this show. I never talked highly of Biden.
But this
Get
was
out of here.
a story by the New York Times.
I'm pragmatic. I'm objective and pragmatic. I have a lot of MAGA friends. You're out of your mind, brother.
They really are the enemy of the people.
And
No, I can't take him seriously. Sorry.
We made such big strides
No.
in the last 2 months, but we just need honest journalism, and we don't have it. When you have a CNN, you have to watch these people every once in a while.
Hold on one second.
They're coming from, and it's so dishonest. MSNBC is, I think, probably worse, and they're both doing horribly in the ratings. I think they're going to be turned off.
You're gone.
They're not doing any ratings.
Tune in elsewhere.
Doing well in the ratings.
This guy can move markets. He brings up this tariff shit, and this market's gonna move. You're gone. Bye-bye. Make another YouTube name. Go sign in. Get yourself another Google. Get yourself another Gmail, brother.
To stop April 2nd or to
Bye-bye.
the tariffs that you put on China already.
Well, we can talk, but basically, I call April 2nd. I would have made it April 1st, but I didn't want to be April Fool's Day because then nobody would believe what I said, and they do believe me. April 2nd is going to be Liberation Day for
Sitting here watching our free show, and he wants fucking his way.
country and the world, friend and foe. We've been ripped off on trade. We've been ripped off on military. We protect people, and they don't do anything.
I never even played Biden when he was on.
Unfair for years and years,
I
and
didn't put Biden on when he was president.
coming back to us in the form of tariffs.
Trump moves markets, in my view. You don't like that? Get the fuck out.
I mean, tens of billions. It's going to be numbers like nobody's ever seen. So, NVDA announced today hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. The biggest chip maker in the world announced hundreds of billions of dollars of investment.
He'll be back. It's just like Family Guy Star Wars. He'll have like goggles on and a nose and a fucking mustache.
$1 billion worth. They're going to build plants here. You know, they built their plants in China. They're going to build them here, and they're starting immediately. We have investment, the likes of which this country has never seen, already announced, and they all want.
You think I want to listen to Trump all day long? Like this guy's like I don't want to listen to Trump. I have to.
I would say so far at least
Why he's on.
$4 trillion is coming in.
This fucking guy can drop the market in like 2 seconds. Straight fucking bloodbath or vertical.
Building here, because I don't want cars from Canada. I don't want cars from Mexico. They want to do it, it's fine, but I want the
Crazy people. Fucking insane. Keep that shit on Reddit or wherever the fuck it is you hang out.
plants, big plants, really big plants, and they were going to sell the cars right across the border. We wouldn't have the jobs, we wouldn't have the profits, we wouldn't get the taxes, we get nothing. All we get is unemployment and empty factories. Those days are over. So now those three places are going to build here, but many more than that. We have a big one, Honda.
I don't know. I don't know if they're a Democrat or Republican. I don't know. They're probably drinking the Kool-Aid for one of them.
Place to build. And we have many car companies coming here. The steel mills are going to be booming. Going to be
Probably spend all their days on Wall Street bets.
many other things come with that, but we need that for defense. You know, there are certain things you have to have. You have to have steel. We would have had, if I didn't do in my first term tariffs to
Yeah, 100%.
onslaught because they were dumping steel in order to destroy our steel plants. If I didn't do 50% and even 100% in certain cases tariffs on steel, you wouldn't have a steel plant in the United States. And Biden was unable to get rid of those tariffs because they threw off so much money.
Here we go, tariffs.
His numbers, which didn't work anyway, because his numbers were terrible. What he did, the way he spent money was so horrible, and what he allowed to happen to energy. That's the other thing. Energy is going to be like it's never been before. Mr. Vice President is here. If you have any, do you have anything to say while you're here?
No, sir.
Very good Vice President.
I'm just here to watch the show, sir.
Okay.
I think airplanes are pretty cool, so I wanted to check this out.
Airplane's cool. It is cool.
Is there anything that China can do to take off the trade war at this point, though?
Well, I'll be speaking to President Xi. I have a great relationship with him. We're going to have a very good relationship. But we have a $1 trillion deficit because of Biden. with President Xi, more than that. I mean, I've heard $1.2 trillion. We have a deficit. And I've explained that to President Xi. We also have a problem where he's allowing fentanyl to be sent into Mexico and then cross the border and, killing. I think the number is much higher than the 125, 115 that I think it's closer to 300,000 people a year. And so that's a problem. But they have a tremendous surplus against the United States, and we don't want that.
Mr. President, why do you want to control Ukraine's power
A
plant?
number of countries have come to you asking for exemptions on tariffs. Is that something that is under consideration by you?
Well, people are coming to me and talking about tariffs, and a lot of people are asking me if they could have exceptions. And once you do that for one, you have to do that for all. So, I mean, generally, I did something interestingly during 2 weeks ago. I gave the American car companies a break because it would have been unfair if I didn't. And everybody said, oh, he changed his mind on tariffs. I didn't change my mind. I helped.
So this has to do with the discussion from this morning. I posted a link for you guys from the New York Post.
They said, oh, he changed.
He's discussing a blankets like tariff policy for the world right now.
So there'll be flexibility, but basically it's reciprocal, so that if China's charging us 50% or 30% or 20%,
He wants parity with the world.
any country, Canada, nobody knows that Canada's charging our dairy farmers. They have 270% tariffs. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. They have up to 400%. They have a couple of tariffs at 400%. Nobody knows that. Nobody talks about that. And remember, with Canada, we don't need their cars, we don't need their lumber, we don't need their energy, we don't need anything from Canada, and yet it costs us $200 billion a year.
Oxy just hit the daily trigger.
So when I say they should be a state, I mean that. I really mean that, because we can't be expected to carry a country that is right next to us on our border. It would be a great state. It would be a cherished state. The taxes for Canadian citizens would go down in less than half. They don't spend money on military because they think we're going to protect them. There are many things that they do, like icebreakers. They want us to provide icebreakers for them. Oh, that's wonderful. So the Canada, they're very tough traders too. I want to just tell you, all the people, they're tough traders. They trade very tough. And the expression I use is, some people don't have the cards. I used that expression about a week and a half ago, right? Somebody was negotiating who didn't have the cards, who's now, I think, saying that he wants to do it, and I think we're going to have a big deal on that very special something. We got to make a deal on that. But Canada has been a very nasty negotiator against the United States, took advantage of the United States for a long time. But nobody knows that they were getting 270% tariffs on dairy products.
Follow up on Canada, and I don't think I've heard you say this in all of the talk about Canada becoming the 51st state. Are you concerned that if they became the 51st state, they would be a very, very blue state? Very, very big and very, very blue.
No, there might be, but
I can't believe this is actual conversation right now.
because that straight artifact that looked like it was drawn by a ruler. Somebody with I don't mean a ruler like a king, I mean like a ruler.
Oh.
This way. And it's just an artificial line that was drawn in the sand.
Somebody get me a drill so I can drill my brains out of my head right now.
The most beautiful landmass anywhere in the world. And it was just cut off for whatever reason. It would be great.
I gotta let it drain out of the side.
Maybe, but, a conservative until I got involved, because I don't care who wins up there. I frankly probably would do better with a liberal than the conservative, if you want to know the truth. But
did he let it slip up being a ruler? Like, I'm just like, can't.
Which I don't care about. Probably it's to our advantage, actually.
His mind right now is like, fuck, I said ruler.
I call him Governor Trudeau. The conservative was leading by 30.
I mean ruler, like, inches, bro. We're going to switch you from metric to inches.
If you have a good candidate, the candidate's going to win.
And I don't know if you've seen this, but the two astronauts that you just...
I know, I can't. I'm trying to keep a straight face right now. So I apologize.
Per diem. For 286 days, that is $1,430 in extra pay? Is there anything the administration can do to get them, to make them whole?
Well, nobody's ever mentioned this to me. If I have to, I'll pay it out of my own pocket, okay? I'll get it for them.
Mr. President, I'll follow up on the protection side.
I like that.
Mr. President,
I'll pay it right out of my, is that all? That's not a lot. For what they had to go through. And I want to thank Elon Musk, by the way, because
Elon Musk, baby.
you know, there's only so long, even though they're in the capsule up there, that the body starts to deteriorate after 9 or 10 months and gets really bad after 14, 15 months with the bones and the blood and all the things that you've been reporting on very well. And if we don't have Elon, they could be up there a long time. Who else is going?
He's got his hand covered right now. Do you notice that?
I want to thank him. He's going through a lot.
He's getting blood transfusions.
And these people are going to be caught, and they're going to be caught, and they're going to be prosecuted. And from what they tell me, I see this just by watching
Oxy bouncing right now.
and reading the news, but from what they tell me, they could get 20 years in jail, and they'll get it. I'll tell you, there's going to be no leniency, and there'll be no pardons. I can tell you that right
And you
now.
said this morning 20 years in jail, and then maybe you said this morning 20 years in jail, and then maybe they'll go to one of these prisons in El Salvador. Do you think with the way that the judges have been issuing injunctions, it would be easier or harder to send these Tesla domestic terrorists to a jail in El Salvador than these MS-13 or Tren de Aragua guys?
Well, I view these people as terrorists just like others. These are, when I looked at those showrooms burning, and those cars, not one, two, like 7, 8, 10 burning, exploding all over the place.
Who is this guy? This guy got a script? He's talking about sending Americans to a Guatemalan fucking prison? Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Sort of amazing, because on January 6th, the Democrats were talking. Nobody was killed other than...
Fucking Reddit just imploded right now. Blue Sky's on fucking fire. Fucking dumpster rolling down the road.
These are terrorists, and that's an organized event. You know, take a look at their signs. Take a look. They're all made by the same sign company. A nice, expensive job. Now, these are the people that finance it.
Supposedly, Moog.
In my opinion, in just as big a trouble as the people that...
You spray paint the wall, you're going to Guatemala, baby.
So we'll see.
Have you guys seen that prison? It's insano.
By the FBI, by the Justice Department. These people are terrorists.
Mr. President, you mentioned that deal. You mentioned
Yeah, no, I can't take him serious. I'm sorry. that would like...
Today are hearing cuts, and their thoughts are immediately going to the safety of...
I know, please, like, let an AP report, any reporter that's a real reporter ask a question about tariffs, please.
They hear that story about Elon and China. What they should do is realize that the New York Times is a corrupt institution, because I think they're the ones. They knew that story wasn't true. Nobody believed that story. People that, when I first called, they laughed when they heard the story. Nobody believed it, that the Pentagon was giving him a briefing on what war with China
dude.
would look like, and he has business in. No, they made that up because it's a good story to make up. They're very...
He ain't letting anybody ask questions. It's just like I don't know if he fed this guy questions or something, but...
To me, it's a very, very dishonest organization. But a story like that is made up. It's total fiction. And I just wanted to make sure. I called up Chief of Staff and I called up Pete. And I said, is there any truth to that? Absolutely not. He's there for Doge, not there for China. And if you ever mention China, I think he'd walk out of the room. He wouldn't take it anyway. So it's just a made-up story. Nobody's taking better care of the military. One of the things that I know that Pete's doing is he's talking about a lot of the civilian staff, and we're going to get them other jobs. You know, we're going to have a lot of jobs in this country, but we don't want to have wasteful jobs. We want to have meaningful jobs. And those were wasteful jobs. Those are jobs that not only military, but jobs where people don't show up. You take a look at Department of Education. I've never seen so many buildings with the names on it. You go past one after another Department of Education, and they're empty. The people don't show up. You know why? Because they have other jobs. Because they're playing golf, or they're playing something. They're doing something. And we have a lot of great people, but we have to move that back to the States. We're going to make our country strong, and we're going to get people much better jobs, because we have companies moving into our country, the likes of which we've never seen before. Nothing like this has happened. And it's automatic. They don't want to pay the tariffs. How do you avoid paying the tariffs? You build your plant in the United States, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I see it. So far, I would say $4 trillion. Nobody's ever heard of them. No country's ever heard of numbers like that. $4 trillion, and those are the best ones. The biggest, best chip maker in the world. I'm not a fan of the CHIP Act, where you give billions of dollars away to companies that don't need it, and it won't bring them here. I'm giving nothing away. All they're doing is coming here, they're building because they want to avoid. Remember this on the tariffs too, because that's going to be, Liberation Day, April 2nd.
Liberation Day.
Reciprocal. If they charge us, we charge them. So somebody said, well, how much are the tariffs? Very fair. If India, as an example, has been very bad to us on tariffs, they charge 100%, 200%, whatever they charge. Now, Europe just announced they're lowering the tariffs on cars. We charge like a joke, 2.5%. That's what this country charges.
Liberation Day was in your brief last night.
Tariffs on cars to 2.5%. It's nice. But they also have non-monetary tariffs where they make it impossible for
Spy coming back into the place. We'll see if they can break out.
It's called a non-monetary tariff, where they put on controls where no matter what happens, because they don't want cars, they don't want the American car in their market. And yet they send us millions of cars, they send us big agriculture, they don't want our agriculture, they don't want anything from us. European Union's very tough, but now it's fair. So whatever they do to us, we do to them.
Mr. President, you mentioned
last month you mentioned as Russia continues to attack Ukraine, are you planning to impose any sort of sanctions?
Well, they're fighting against each other. Yeah, I think we're going to have we have a ceasefire on a lot of areas, and so far that's all held very well. And getting that ceasefire, they had a lot of guns pointing at each other. We had some soldiers, unfortunately, surrounded by other soldiers, and they are going to be, I believe, we're going to pretty soon have a full ceasefire, and then we're going to have a contract. And the contract's being negotiated, the contract in terms of dividing up the lands, et cetera, it's being negotiated as we speak.
What do you say to critics who say that your actions towards law firms amount to coercion?
Well, the law firms all want to make deals. You mean the law firms that we're going after, that went after me for 4 years, ruthlessly, violently, illegally? You mean, are those the law firms you're talking about? They're not babies, they're very sophisticated people. Those law firms did bad things. They went after me for years. Russia hoax, all a hoax. It was a hoax. It was Hunter Biden's laptop. It didn't come out of Russia, by the way. It was came out of his bedroom. It was all a hoax, developed by Democrats. Hillary, I don't think Biden did, because I don't think Biden knows what the hell he's doing, frankly, based on everything I see. I've seen things since being here that are so sad, what he's done to this country, what he and they did to this country, those people that surrounded him, who, by the way, are radical left but smart. He's not smart, he was never smart. But these are radical left, smart people. They totally controlled him. He did whatever they told him to do. And it's a shame. It's so sad to see what happened, what they've done to this country, both not only the inflation you saw, but allowing millions and millions of criminals into our country. That's an inexcusable act. And many other things besides that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can we talk one more question on Ukraine? Why do you want to control Ukraine's power plants, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, all right. So that was kind of. Give me a second here. That was kind of slightly uneventful there. He did mention briefly. I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this story to you here. A quick second here. A little bit of volatility blowing off on that Trump presser. What is this fucking New York Post thing? He did seem to address. I can't believe I'm reading a story from the New York Post, by the way. So basically right now you've got uncertainty. If you think about this logically for a second, you've got a bunch of UN, NATO stuff coming. It's been happening in the background with Hegseth. It's been going on in the background the past 2 months in Brussels, and it's expected to continue into the summertime, right? And this involves now not China or Mexico or Canada, whoever else, but it does also involve we're squeezing again, trying to break out right now. And you got GS and JPM are keeping a running tally of all of these statements from Trump, right? It's like a laundry list of statements about tariffs, about not just tariffs but policy, and are we doing this, not doing that. It involves like Boeing, of course, Lockheed Martin, and other companies. Spy is fucking cranking right now. Trying to break on out. I just made a fuck ton of money in that trade. I was buying 0 dates down here. I just sold them just now. I had 567 C's. I bought them for 5 cents and sold them for 14 cents. So sorry, so Trump, right? There's a lot of like sorry, I had to get out of that trade just now so I can, because I'm like watching the trade, watching this end, and then I'm watching the squeeze going on. And I'm trying to describe to you about this whole Trump thing. So you've got Liberation Day on April 2nd, right? I talked to you earlier this morning about April Fools with the market, and that's how Wall Street's describing it. Liberation Day. Now, right now, everything's kind of messy, right? Trump says a ton of shit that really does impact our economy. It impacts our stock market, impacts GDP, impacts or inflation. Even if they're only or one-time hits, there's an argument that we haven't yet taken the one-time hit to inflation and to GDP, not knowing about what happens with reciprocal tariffs. Now, he's aware of this. He made 2 comments today that were very important. The first one was Liberation Day, but the second one was where that whoever that fucking plant reporter was brought up, that plant reporter brought up something about a group of people pressuring Trump to do it all together. And I'm going to read this article to you that was on Financial Juice this morning. I'm going to read it to you right now. So Trump remains cold to tariffs deal after Wall Street tantrum. So I think I've talked to you about this in the past, but there's probably groups of people that have different wants. So, like, an example would be if you were Elon Musk, right? You need to like he may not survive. I'll be honest with you guys. He may not, like, let's say this market goes up from this year, partially next year, and then let's say Trump loses the House and the Senate. Tesla could be in trouble. Elon said this. Okay, so Tesla could be in trouble. So if you bring the doom and gloom now, he might get some help, right? While Trump is in power. It's also why he probably wants Trump in power for at least 4 years, and then further and beyond in time. If we go through this economic hardship, Tesla's in danger. Elon has made that fucking statement. Okay? Now, what Wall Street's on this similar plane. You got to understand that Wall Street was under the impression that you take Trump seriously, but not literally. And that has not proven true, has it? That hasn't proven true. Trump's been doing as much as he possibly can in extending as much power as he can to, like, fire hose of bullshit, right? And fire hose of, let's see if they stop me, right? I'm going to do this, and if they tell me no, I'm going to still do it and see if they can even stop me from doing it. So Wall Street's, like, freaking out. I'll be honest with you. I can just show it to you. You just take a chart and compare it. Look at the S&P 500. It's in your brief last night. Look at the S&P 500 versus Euro stocks, right? The herd money, HERD, fled to Europe. They're out of the U.S. market. Not only that, every fucking staircase we go down to another level, we park. And we await to see what the next thing is going to be. You understand what I'm saying there? These are real money. It, like, matters. So Wall Street, I'm going to read the rest of this story to you, but they basically portions of Wall Street are rallying around Trump to just make, like, a blanket thing. You know what I mean? Like, this is what we want for every country. So that we're all on the same page, because it leaves the market with a lot of uncertainty. There are people out there, right, that have loud voices that want to see the world burn. But that is not the majority of the fucking country. These people have pension funds, 401ks. They have money in the stock market. They own homes. They broke their dicks to get where they are. Now, these might be people that even agree with Elon or with Donald Trump. They just want clarity. You understand what I'm saying? Even if you agree with Trump, the uncertainty is the issue. At least you know where you stand with Trump saying, I want this or I want that. Right now, there's tons of uncertainty. And investors, traders, retailers all just want to know one thing. Are we going to revisit this 16, 15, 10 times? We're going to revisit it with Panama, Mexico, Colombia, Canada, I don't know, Netherlands, Europe, Germany, UK, you name it, right? You just Mexico, China. Man, we can go on and on and on with these separate deals. And Wall Street's like, just do a blanket statement. I want this, right? And we're not getting that right now. So I'm going to read this article to you quickly. A plan to end the stock market's tariff tantrum is being circulated around the outer perimeters of Trump world. On the Money has learned. The idea emerged during last week's sharp market sell-off. It involves some sort of universal deal that settles tariff disputes. See it? Universal. With our biggest trading partners, Mexico, Canada, and Europe. The first two are our largest export partners, followed by China and the UK. The talk is that they gave into our demands for certain things. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, the talk is that they gave into our demands for certain things, like stopping fentanyl from pouring across the northern and southern borders, and purchase more U.S. manufactured goods. And we drop the levies. But any such plan needs buy-in from the only person who matters, Trump himself. And at least for now, the big guy isn't buying it. He's full steam ahead and imposing tariffs on major trading partners, which he thinks will do everything from plugging the budget deficit to reviving Rust Belt manufacturing. That's where I live. That's where I live. I live in the Rust Belt. I invested in the Rust Belt. I moved to Detroit, Michigan. I didn't want to move here originally. I was scared shitless. It was risky moving here. I put my time, my family, and my money into the Rust Belt. I like this. Or potentially, if it's true, for some kind of manufacturing to come back to the to Michigan, specifically Detroit, to be honest with you. And we've got steel plants here that are parked, like on standby. This would help me financially to have that happen. Or as one Trump advisor who just looked at his 401k put it to me, this is from the article, 401k, Lamborghini, 401k. Or as one Trump advisor who just looked at his 401k put it to me, this is a Trump advisor. Quote, unfortunately, this ain't being discussed internally. That might change, of course. Kevin Hassett, Trump's chair of his National Economic Council, said on Fox Business on Wednesday that countries are showing some willingness to adjust their tariffs on U.S. goods to be less onerous. So maybe prospects of a deal could get things done. If the stock market goes through another tariff-related bloodbath, as it did last week, that's the drop down from 82 to 62. Maybe the grand bargain gets placed in front of the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, or Commerce Chief Howard Nutlick. Dude, that they're using Nutlick as like, he's like the whipping boy. Like, go out there and say this right now. Like everything Nutlick says is like completely counter traded. The 2-point man on the tariff agenda set to be unveiled on April 2nd. April 2nd. April Fools. Liberation Day. One thing is certain, even with the markets recovering a bit, the capricious and capricious to piss Bork off. The capricious and shape-shifting nature of the president's tariff threats is no fun if you're a stock trader. Listen to that closely. The shape-shifting nature of the president's tariff threats is no fun if you're a stock trader. And it's stoking worries about inflation and a recession, which we're not in right now, but we could self-fulfill that prophecy through sentiment. As Fed Chair Jay Powell said Wednesday, China, of course, is the biggest tariff boogeyman. U.S. manufacturers constantly complain about facing obstacles tapping China's huge consumer market. It is currently facing a 10% tariff on all goods on top of those already imposed. It's this tariff situation with Mexico, Canada, and Europe where traders and investors are finding the most difficulty pricing in their models. Hence last week's market turmoil and this week's tepid recovery. Listen to that. Tepid recovery. So you need to be listening to Trump. Maybe you don't need to. Maybe you don't want to. I don't want to, but I have to. Why? Because I'm a stock market participant. Trump seems to change the goalposts sometimes day by day. He threatened a 200% tariff on European alcohol imports, a 25% metal tariff on metal imports that would hit the EU hard. Another 25% tariff on imports from Mexico and Canada. Can you repeat that back to me, please? All of you. I bet you can't. I can't. While Canadian imports of energy and minerals get a bit of a reprieve with a tariff of just 10%. He's also suggested he's willing to compromise if the other sides agree to concessions. I think part of this is like he makes a lot of this public. You understand what I'm saying there? Like he talks his negotiations publicly. It's not like Trump is negotiating with these countries behind closed doors and then comes and says this is what the agreement or disagreement is finalized with. Does that make sense? So he's airing all this out in public separately, and there's uncertainty across the market. And this will come into play shortly. If you read the brief last night, I mapped out for you, hey, you're going to get those inflows in from now into the 26th, right? And then if we don't have any clarity heading into Liberation Day, April Fool's Day, Reciprocal Tariffs Day, the market's not going to want to fucking play, are they? Are they? Let's be honest. We're going to do the same thing we've already done twice. Now, some of you out there want to see that world burn. I realize some of you are like, I don't want the certainty cap. I want us to squeeze up to the daily trigger, and then I want to sell that fucker all the way down to fucking 50 or 20. I get it. I understand what you want. I understand your motivations. I get it. I don't want that. I'm not that guy. I like to buy the stank market until we actually enter into a bear market. I love it. And I don't want to see 1929 in this country ever. I don't want to see a depression. Most of you out there could not ever handle a depression. You think you can, but you can't. Do you own your home without a mortgage? Are you worth millions? Let's look at the reality of this. Most of you wouldn't do well in not a recession, in a depression. I've been through them. I've lived in places. I lived in Vail, Colorado during Enron. I watched the richest fucking people in the country lose it all. Gone. So if you have your regular job, right, you're making $150K a year, even $300K a year, you think you're going to escape it? Rich people didn't escape it. Those are bad times, and that's just a recession. You understand what I'm saying? Like a depression, you don't want to go through that shit. Nobody does. You think you do. That is called a fucking fantasy, that anyone would want to go through a depression. Insano. So there's uncertainty right now in the markets, isn't there? You can't say that there isn't. Sentiment is off the fucking charts right now. Even people that like Trump won't tell you that there's still uncertainty. Some will, but most won't. You know, you'll be like, hey, yeah, I love him, all that kind of stuff. But then you call me in the fucking phone and you're like, dude, this is definitely uncertain. I'm like, I get it. You know, but you guys think that I don't know people privately. Like, I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, huge Trump supporter, know him privately. Phone calls, hanging out. Even they're uncertain. The parroting that you see in news cycles, social media, is one thing. But in reality, people are apprehensive. They're uncertain. You can tell. You can just talk to them. Open lines of communication. All the back and forth is keeping talk of a grand bargain of trade compromises. Well, hold on a second. He's also suggested that he's willing to compromise. Also, I'll back up a little bit. If the tariff situation with Mexico, Canada, and Europe, where traders and investors are finding the most difficulty pricing their models, hence last week's market turmoil and this week's tepid recovery, Trump seems to change the goalposts sometimes day by day. Why we have to tune in every day, right? He threatened a 200% tariff on European alcohol imports, a 25% metal tariff on metal imports that would hit the EU hard, another 25% imports from Mexico and Canada, while Canadian imports of energy and minerals get a bit of a reprieve with a tariff of just 10%. He also suggested that he's willing to compromise if the other side agrees to concessions. All the back and forth is keeping talk of a grand bargain of trade compromises circulating in Trump world, albeit now more quietly. Now that stocks have recovered a bit and Trump has more room to make good on his promises to equalize trade agreements and force countries to bend to our will. An outside advisor who was weighing the tariff solution last week told On the Money he has shifted his focus away from a tariff solution to taxes because of Trump apparent opposition to a deal. That might change, of course, if the markets go through another serious, listen closely, if the markets go through another serious tariff tantrum, and trading partners truly come to the table to talk about a deal. And the grand tariff bargain starts looking less pie in the sky. So right now, the idea here would be heading into today is the 21st, heading into 2 weeks from now. Just 2 weeks, right? Is it 2 weeks? Let me check. Yeah, about not even 2 weeks. We got one session today. We got 5 sessions. We got 7 sessions. Just 7. That's it. So we got to keep Trump on, don't we? If he comes on live, we have to put him on for the next 7 sessions. I know it sucks, but if he comes in and announces some kind of a grand program, the market's going to fucking move. If he comes in and says, no, you know what? Fuck all these countries. We're doing reciprocals across the board. The market is going to fucking burn. It's going to burn. Like fucking red bars. You're even noticing this morning that there's tepid reaction from retailers. I read to you a story just about an hour ago from GS saying that retailers were underweight indexes and single stocks. And they're scared. I mean, that's what it is. They're fucking scared. People are scared to go long this market right now. So there has to be some kind of direction, even if it's negative. They gotta know, like, here, what's the plan? Tell me what the plan is. Tell me what the hit's gonna be. I'll come back at fucking 520. I'll come back, take the hit for the tariffs, and I'll buy that shit. Right now, you're like regular Bob on Main Street. He's like, fuck this. I'll wait until all this shit passes. I can't even say, like, and I gotta talk to you, but this is an important thing here. Like, if you look at the monthly trigger, right? You can't say right now that we're not going to slam into that and not slip under it. That would be recessionary. Investors, traders want to know one-time hit to GDP, one-time hit to inflation, wrapped up all these deals. Fuck it, I'll buy in at 520, right? We're not going to go into a recession. We can price in all of this pain, no worries. And we'll give some time to see if inflation is transitory or not. But that's not the case right now. All right. What else do I got here? So there's the consortium of whatever. What do they call these guys? The consortium of I don't know what these guys. They had a name for these guys up above. I'm assuming these are institutions and bankers. Hold on one second here. I'm getting a call. Oh, shit. Got new followers on Instagram. Hang tight one quick second. I'm going to take a quick break here. When I get back, we're going to talk about France urging the EU to consider retaliatory trade weapon.
Just seen Tesla shares rising about 4%. 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the Baker Hughes total rig count prior 592 and oil rig count prior 487. 5 minutes from the top of the hour, get Baker Hughes oil rig count and total rig count. Prior for the total rig count 592 and oil rig count prior 487. Shortly expecting the total rig count data. Fed said its operating loss fell to $77.6 billion in 2024 from $114.3 billion. Interest paid on reserves totaled $186.5 billion last year. Total rig count 593 for the total rig count.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Oil rig count 486. Surely expecting Fed reverse repo operation. $42 counterparties take $850 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. So again, the 42 counterparties take $200 and $850 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Agricultural Secretary Rollins says retail egg prices are going down. So they currently speak on Fox News. Coinbase said to be in advanced discussions to buy crypto exchange Deribit. Rollins says farmers understand tariffs have short-term uncertainty.
All right, here. green, baby. All right. Check 1, 2. Oh, I moved that text box over, huh? I'm sorry about that. Sorry, I just did a bunch of exercise and I might look like shit here. I had to get my blood pressure up there for a minute. I did some hold on here. I gotta work off that fucking winter flubber, man. It's almost beach body season for old men. For dirty fat old men, and I don't look good. I put on the Midwestern 15 this winter for sure. I skied a lot this winter. I skied a bunch, but you know what I didn't do this winter? I didn't exercise regularly enough. Okay, so let's go take a look at this really quick. Couple things we want to look at here. Let's take a quick look at this. This is Friday. Here's a high. Here's another high, and there's another high right there. See it? So you got the high, the down, the up, the down, the high again. You guys see it up here? We might get one more. We'll extend this again. And the gap is right here. This is from the drop this morning. Now we're very close to the closing price yesterday. We're still in the middle of OPEX. It's 1:30 in the afternoon. It's still my birthday, baby. Still my birthday. Now we had the high, and they're trying to get a new low. We know this is never any good, right? Never like seeing that. Now you know with this setup, right? This is the doom and gloom setup. So we've got the high, and then we got the new low in half an hour, right? Half hour, half hour. We're going to take a quick look at this. This is the monthly bar right here, the monthly right here. Still hanging on by the skin of our teeth. Fucking bear. Look at this right here. The fucking bears want to, you know what bears want to do, right? You got this big old line right here, right? Bears want to like, bam, 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 and then boom, send us straight down into the bell over here. So we got to be careful of that. That target to the downside is 556, 554. That's kind of juicy, isn't it? Juicy down there. Now, hourly velo is not that good right now, but it is OPEX. I can't say to you that anything is going to happen today. Hey, buddy. I can't tell you what's going to happen today. It's one of those days where all kinds of funky goes on and happens, right? Unexpected things. So what we'll do is we'll trade this normal, right? Well, we're going to try to trade this normal. Let's look at it on a 15-minute and a 5-minute basis really quick. Take a quick look at a 5-minute basis. See what we got going on here. And so a 5-minute basis, we can go all the way down here. All the way down to 560. 560.84 and 561.75. Right? We can blood this whole entire move right here and still go higher. Still be bullish. Let's look at a 15-minute really quick. Hold on a second. I just want to do something really quick. 5-minute right here. Make that yellow. Make that yellow. And get that yellow going in there. Get that paintbrush out. There you go, right there. Right there. That's a 5-minute bar. Let's go to a 15-minute basis. What do we got going on down here? Somewhere in here? There we go, right there. That's that same, like we lose the 5 or going down here is same spot. 5 15-minute low side right here. So this is the last one right here. See how this goes. See if this holds or not. Oh, here, turn that one green. Get to a 1-minute basis. There we go. Not too shabby, is it? Sorry, I had to I got on my trainer for I did a hill and I'm kind of sweating bullets over here. In one quick second here, I'm going to clean off my glasses. Yeah, Moog, you're looking too, right? I want to see if there's something up here too, brother. Somewhere right down there. Here's 2 p.m. Ooh, that would be brutal. That would be brutal because this is back in, and you slip down in here. I'm not saying we're going down in here, but we're gonna draw it in here because if we get under here, we're going downtown, baby. What do 556s cost? Hold on. I'm so stoked, right, dude? It's right. All right, so I'm kind of stoked right now. I blew up a trade. I had two or three good trades yesterday. End of the day, I took another trade for the squeeze play, and I blew that up. I'm still in it. I think it's worth a penny or something. And but I made a bunch of money this morning on 0-day calls from the bottom, and then I was placing orders this morning. I haven't been able to sell anything today. I placed a couple small orders. I picked up a real shit stock for a squeeze. I picked up SGLY. I was gonna pick up a couple other things and I hadn't picked them up. Anyways, I thought I would be able to sell some things today, and I wasn't able to do that. I thought I didn't. I should have sold TLT yesterday, but I didn't. So I'm still in that. At any rate, I thought I'd have more trades today, but I don't. Let's talk about trades. So, I do want to possibly place, if we can get down here. Like, I'm kind of begging right now. But if we can get down here, I want to place a call trade for the 26th of March. Like, if we could just drill down here, I'd place a call trade to expire on the 26th or to monetize on the 26th. And I also want to do a ratio spread to capture this right here. So if I do a bear ratio spread, originally I was going to try to do I was going to try to build a ratio spread, like go long this, then short, and leave both sides on. But I don't have enough money to do that. So I gotta open it all together. I'm all tied up with SPY right now. I don't have a fuck ton of cash right now to do that separate trade. So I'm gonna leverage and try to open a bear ratio, and I'll leave it on. So if we blood down here on the 2nd of April, I'll get paid. If we go up past here, more than just here, I have to go above 82 and probably I'd have to make it for like 89 or something. So if we go up, I'll be break even or be slightly up. And then so you guys understand. So I want calls for this shit right here. For the 26th, I want a bear ratio for that right there. And I own a bunch of the stock market here. So if we go up, I'll be making money, right? I think I got this right. I'll be making money if we go up. I'll be break even if we don't roll down. And then I got to consider, I haven't sold any options against SPY yet. No cash secured puts, no fucking covered calls, none of that shit. So I really want to know if, like, the next plan for me is to know if to find out if we like break above here and start making new highs in a way, so I can start selling some puts to these fucking bears. Or if we're gonna go up here, reject, and start heading lower, I can start selling calls to these sucker bulls up here. But I'm not there yet. I don't want to do any of that right now. I'm just sitting on my hands right now on that trade. Now, let's talk about if we don't make it down here. If we don't make it down here, I'm going to be pissed. Because what I don't want to see, well, I guess, yeah, because what I don't want to see is, I don't want to see us ramp this close the gap into the bell right here. I guess I'll have to buy calls at least for next week to try to get higher, get some exposure into that 26th. I don't know what I would do at that. I probably, if we don't go down here, I probably won't place the bear ratio. And what I'll probably have to do is catch a some kind of a short or a long put for the downside up here. So my plan so far relies upon the move lower. I'll have to change my plan if we close up here at 6. If we close up there, I gotta, and I haven't really thought that through enough. I'm sure I'll just fucking do some weeklies or some shit or some kind of call spread maybe for the 26th. Like I guess I could just do it right here, right now, right? It wouldn't matter if we go lower and then higher. Anyways, I'm sticking with my plan right down here for right now. I might get left behind in that. So be it. So what else? So let's take a look really quick at this downside move. And there's the down. There's the up. We did not get a new low. No new low. So we're boxed in right now. They're going to squeeze all these guys out, I think. Quick look. Let's see what the 15-minute says. Nothing yet. Let's check the 5-minute. Nope, not 5 seconds. Ain't doing 5 seconds. Killing it, bro, in the 5-second chart, bro. Took 12 bars right in here. I got 2 screeners open. There you go. That's the 5-minute bar right there. All right, so we'll know more if we tick this one. So if we're able to break out, we would be looking for a new high and then a comeback to Jesus and then a rama. Take that part of the trade right there. So far, no decision. I guess you could be long here for a minute if you wanted to. You saw the line down there and there. I'm sure someone's trading that on a 20-second chart somewhere. Okay, what else? Yep, Boxing Day. How you guys all doing? I had to take a quick break, man. I had to fucking work out. I had to get the blood pressure. So my birthday was yesterday. I didn't get to do anything for my birthday. I had a reservation for a restaurant that I made like a month ago for myself to treat myself at She-Wolf, place called She-Wolf, and I canceled them. There's a giant. Then I was gonna go away on a vacation this week, and first I was going to New York. I canceled it, and then I thought about going to Vegas with some friends. I couldn't do that. My wife is like, "You got to go to robotics on Saturday." There's a giant music festival here for local artists. Like Detroit is known for their music scene, and one of the biggest local, legit, like White Stripe type of things is this weekend in a place called Hamtramck. So I was thinking of going to that because it's all weekend. It started yesterday and it goes Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too, I think. I can get a wristband and go to my daughter's thing and do that kind of shit. Maybe take a trip next weekend. Instead, let's see what they do up here. If you want to get short, you're looking for a failure here. If you want to get long, you're looking for a tip the wick and back to get long. That's the long trade. There's no decision here yet. So I don't know if I'm going to get messy this weekend. I don't want to. I want to I got messy last weekend with the same. I never do St. Patrick's Day. It's amateur hour. I'll never do it. I haven't. Last time I did a St. Patrick's Day thing was when I was in my 20s. I think I'll never do that shit again. I learned my lesson in my 20s. That's ended up what I did last weekend, but I don't want to do that this weekend. I want to do something, but I don't want to go to She-Wolf. I think music is in my. I think music is in. What's going on? Am I making money right now? Oh yeah, Ford's back up too. Dude, SGLY. What the fuck is going on with SGLY? Woo, baby! Fuck yeah! So. Dude, SGLY, fucking A. SGLY, baby. God damn. Dude, this is a good day. SG fucking LY cranking, baby. Fuck yeah. Fucking moving. Woo. SG fucking LY. Hell yes. If anybody followed in that trade, that shit is fucking pumping right now. Dude. Yes. Pamp it, SGLY. Oh my God, look at that shit. Pamp it. Up 37% in the day. Fuck yes. I posted that in the Pro Trader this morning. Holy fuck. That shit is fucking mooning right now. Dude, the SGOY is like a complete China fraud company, but that shit just moves. Exactly, it's a pump and dump. I said that. I said that inside. I said that in the disc. I said that in Pro Chat earlier. Hold on, let me go to Pro Chat and show you. I'll clip it. Hold on a second here. It's like a China scam. Like they come in once the Chinese government comes in like once a month and they just like hammer it with money. It's like trading. If you guys ever trade SE back in the day, it's like another Chinese pump and dump. Hold on. I'll show you what I posted inside the pro chat. It was hilarious. Hold on a second. It's such a shitco. It's like it's the epitome of a shitco. Absolute fucking epitome of a goddamn hold on a second here. And I haven't had many trades today. I went through like a whole fucking I went through everything I owned. I can't sell any of this shit. Then I went through a bunch of shit to buy, and I had a very small number of shit to buy today. And SGLY is a fucking heavy printer. Fuck yeah, Doug Fuller. I just read your post in there. Yeah, LMND, ABSI. Dude, if you're a poor trader, ABSI like Alpha Bravo, Sierra India. It has fucking options. I think it's like $1 stock or something like that. Green Vegas has got LMND. Trader Podcast bought FedEx shares today. Fuck yeah, Trader Podcast. Oh, I'm going through the chat right now. Hold on here. I gotta find that.
The UK government is wanting plans to reduce or even abolish its digital service tax before April 2nd.
This was at here. I got the post for you. Well, I guess we'll show it to the free people. The free people that watch the show here. Here you go. There you go. You want to see it? You want to see it? Oh yeah. Scam Chinese company 1137. Hold on a second here. That shit was ripping. Unsave that. Yes. Hold on here. That was at I bought it for 72 cents. Fuck yeah, dude. It's such a pig. Oh, who said that to me earlier? Was that easy? Easy. Spoos made a new high, now pumping higher, trying to close the gap to the upside. There's the gap. We got the one. Got the one. Returning to the scene of the crime right now. We've got bearish hedges today, probably, with a whole bunch of calls. Zero dates to not disturb the market that are getting some gamma going. Remember this tick that I showed you earlier? Right up there. Dude, look at SGLA pump again, dude. Dude, this stock will trade like $5 fucking. SGL, go look at a chart on SGLY. This fucking thing squeezes on the regular. Like on the regular, it just goes moon. It's going moon again right now. This thing goes fucking full tilt. Last time it mooned, it went to $5.90. Like $5.90. It's fucking now it's trading 96 cents right now. God damn. That is disgusting. Oh fuck yeah, 100%, dude. Look, dude, right when I bought that shit, I made that shit right when I bought it, I made it clear as day. It's a scam company. It's a fucking pump and dump. God damn, dude. Fucking that's fucking great pick. Holo's doing something too. That chart is disgusting, isn't it? Damien, look at that fucking SGLY chart. It's the I swear. Like I was asking around once and people were like, "No, dude." They're like, "It's a total scam." They're like, what they do is they just come in like once a month and just fucking like print a bunch of Chinese money, make it American money, and just go in and just buy the fuck out of it. C used to be like that way back in the day. C just stayed in a channel and it was like up, down, up, down. You just come in once a month. Once every month and a half, you'd go in and just buy a bunch of calls, and you'd like come back in a month and a half, and they were just like heavy fucking printer, like over and over and over. No, look at the history of it. It's disgusting. It's been doing that shit for like years. Well, maybe not years. I think about a year and a half, 2 years I've been trading it. It's a pig. Every time it flattens out, like it spikes, then it'll flatten out, fall, or it'll fade a little bit, go down another level, then it just flattens, and then you just buy a bunch of it, and it goes poof to the moon. Sorry. It's dirt cheap, man. That shit's dirt cheap. Up 50% right now. Yeah, we'll get some more trades. We'll do some trades inside the market chat now. Man, I kind of feel bad. I had like 3 or 4 trades yesterday. My last trade sucked. It was really bad. Dude, SGLY, you fucking pig. You dirty, dirty, dirty pig. I think it's liquid because they used to be. I don't remember the full story on them. They used to kind of be a legit or thought of as a legit company. They got busted for fraud, and then of course, like China just kept pumping it up. It shouldn't even be in the stock market, to be honest with you. Go to like. I mean, I hate stock twits, but go there and they'll explain the whole story behind that stock. It's a pump and dump. It's what it is. It's a fucking pump and dump. I'm assuming it's a Chinese fraud company. That's what I'm assuming it is. It's like putting money in a slot machine, and if it burns, it burns. If it prints, it prints. Nice, Sledge. Sledge made a bunch of money too. Oh my God, what a disaster. If that thing trades $5, not financial advice, do not trade SGLY. But if it trades $5, I'll fucking laugh. Like up 300% or something stupid. I was figuring it would do it today because I'm like, it's option expiry. This thing's shorted into the ground. It's down around my price point. I'm like, it's been floating around sideways for a little while. It's, you figure they're going to take the short off this piece of shit. I think it's liquid because they short it to fucking hell. And we're at option expiry. It's been bleeding. So you know what they do, right? They take their shorts off, they let it get high again, and they short it back down to the ground. It's two-sided trade. Did we catch the wick there? I think we caught the wick there. You see that? Oh, yeah, I think we caught the wick there. They wicked that. That's big supply right there, right? You see those two big wicks right there? That's all that major supply that's up there from early this morning. If you look on Bookmap right now, there's like millions of contracts being closed in this area right here. Millions. Let me see here. All right, so we got that going on. What else do we have going on? Dude, I'm stoked. It's been a good fucking day. I'm not seeing anything there from anybody. Nick Timros, he saying anything? I'm like pumped here. I'm like pretty fucking stoked. What else we got over here? You guys gonna short this down to the depths of hell again? They got the new high, so that doesn't work, right? That doesn't work. We gotta try it again. There's a lot of fucking money today. There's a shit ton of money today. Oh shit! I never took off my dead trade. I never took it off. I left it on. I wasn't paying attention. I can't leave these on today, can I? Make sure you're closing your shit today by 4:15. You get called away in trades. Do not leave any trades on today that are expiring today. Today is like the worst day. Or don't leave anything too far in the money, any of that kind of stuff today. You get called away, you get called away, you get assigned, you get assigned. It's like Oprah. Let's check the 5 and 15 minute one more time. See what's going on here. There's 5 minute. We're building an island in here. You see that? Look at that. 560 still looming on the 15-minute. Still on that 5-minute right now. It looks like we're gonna retreat here just a little bit. More than likely, we're gonna go down here. Check that 5-minute. The 4-hour block right there. Where was that 15-minute bar at? Still down here looming. All right. There and there. Not to mention the half-hour triggers right here. I think we closed the gap up here. I can see 2 lines coming through the gap. 2 wicks up here. That might have been a ghost print up there. Another note, too, just for you to look at really quick. We're parked right now in SPX on 5650. This is middle of the road. You know that the 585 and what's going on over here? 585 and the call wall loom right here. This has been pretty decent to trade. I'm assuming this is the idea into the close here. Or that's what bulls are looking for, to hit that. Hit the top of the key again. There's a lot of supply up here. I just don't know if I don't know if the doorway is open yet or not. There's still a gap left behind right here. There's a small like intraday gap right there. See it right there. If you're trying to buy this, somewhere down here is the place. Somewhere down. Oh, sorry, you guys aren't watching that. Sorry, I'm on the wrong screen with you guys. somewhere down here. We could go higher here, but it'd be really nice to like swoop down and take that trade. We're going to check this bar now. You can see that or not. You can see us coming up and coming down and checking this one right here. Touching the half-hour trigger right now. We're going to find out if we're getting bared up or not. Holy shit! SGLY just traded $1.34. Did they halt it? I didn't know that they fucking halted it. Oh my god. Oh, hold on. Sorry, Bork. I didn't mean to call you. Oh god. Are we gonna turn SGLY into GME? It doesn't have the good story like GME. What did you do? I reshorted it. It's the people's company, man. Revolting against American taxes on China. Yeah, 100%, 45. 1000%. $45 Forever just said, waiting for the inevitable I got bagged messages. Nobody was around for the SPACs in 2018. Yeah, exactly, HKD. Oh, dude, what was... I got taken to the woodshed. I was trading... there was another Chinese company I was trading. Oh, what was it called? And it went to the pink sheets. And it was the Luckin Coffee. So I was like making tons of money, and then I'm like, I was like, I got asked. This is my Luckin Coffee story. It was a true story. I got asked by a trader to go into his Discord and discuss Luckin Coffee with his Discord. So I did like a interview. And I went in there and I told all of them, I was like, look, this company's going to zero. They're gonna send it to fucking the pink sheets. And you could see it happening in real time. It was like collapsing in itself, just like this one. And I'm like, don't put in more than you pull out. Like pull it out, and you can go with less, because you're eventually gonna get trapped in this fucking thing. And I'm telling these people this, right? You know what I was doing? Not following my own goddamn advice. It's just like wham, wham, wham. And I got trapped. I got trapped. I got fucking trapped. I traded that fucking thing fucking till it just went. It just sucked me in. And but people were saying it was going to come back. It wasn't going to get delisted. And I'd been through like GME at that point. And I was like, look, this company's never coming back. This company's going to the shithole. It's like I like shit all over everybody in the Discord. I was like, this is a fucking pump and dump. Don't ever, ever, ever like fool yourselves. Like I got like Nicola. I got dude. I got, oh my god, I got stories. I lost an original Reddit account to like a permanent ban because I got so mad because the admins of Nicola subreddit, the admin, that fucking guy, we brigaded that subreddit when it first started going down because they kept lying to their people. And we would go in there and brigade it and be like, get out right now. Like, you're going to lose all your fucking money. And then when it started, like the fraud shit started happening, we went back in there again and they fucking took my shit. Because like, you have an original Reddit account, like an original one from like the first 6 months. People listen to you on Reddit. They're like, oh shit, that guy's been here since day one. And that fucking guy came and found me. And they banned my ass for that account was probably at that time was probably worth $15,000. But probably $5,000 to $15,000 had I sold it. And they fucking took it from me. Fucking bastards. But we like when people tell you that shit's not like when you're drinking too much Kool-Aid and stuff. You're like, dude, that ain't gonna happen. You gotta treat it for what it is. It's like a slot machine. That's it. We're holding right now. Yeah, my the handle was called or no, what the fuck was the handle called? It wasn't Building Detroit, it was a different one. I'll go find out what the name of the account was. It's been many years. I still have it. I still have the email from when I originally turned I had like an original Gmail account, and I'll dig it up. I'll dig up what the name was. Anyways. No, I wasn't in Detroit then. This was when I lived in when did I opened that account when I lived in I think Vail, Colorado, maybe. This was a long time ago. This was like over a decade ago. Maybe even longer now. Maybe 12 years, 15 years, something like that. Today it would probably be like a 15-year-old account or something like that. That's old as fuck. Yeah, you know what I've never done easy is I've never told or talked to anybody about the triple leveraged crypto scams that they run, crypto option scams. They do it overseas. Then they wash their money before they bring it back to the U.S. I don't do any of that shit. That shit's fucking crazy, man. I don't know you knew about that easy. Don't ever get involved in that shit. You ever hear anybody talking to you about like trading like pump and dump fucking crypto scam, fucking triple levered options shit? Don't ever do it, dude. It'll take all your money. Think of that stuff like if you make some money, you just walk away. Made some money, you get out of there. Look at this thing. It's going back up again. Going back up again. It's ripping again. Trading $1.30 right now. SGLY is ripping faces again. We got to look at it and see where it's going. Motherfucker, look at this thing. And it's got a gap to close at $2.51. It's got another gap to close at $3.55. It's trying to get over this sell mark here. The sellers are at 142. So they're trying to hammer down. They're at $1.41. So it looks like they're trying to sell right now where we are. So $1.34. They don't want to let you out. They don't want to go up. If you get them above there, it's going to squeeze their faces off. So right where like that $1.34, they're stepping in. But if you push them, it'll. If you push them, it'll go $2-3. Maybe not $5, but $2.50, something like that. This fucking stock is. Oh yeah, dude. Yes, man. I remember that one too. 100% 45. That's so goddamn cheap. You can buy 100 packs for $75. You just start buying 100 packs of that shit. Not financial advice. Don't do that. Don't do that. Shit was trading for 75 cents. You just start loading up on them. And then what happens is like the volume, like people start seeing the volume, like, oh, volume's kicking in, bro. People on stock charts are like, oh, dude, look at that. The whales are jumping in right now. Yeah, definitely. Holy shit, SGLY. What's up, Binky? I think all it is OPEX. Anything that's that shorted, they're gonna lay off it for like a day. Reposition themselves. I keep lists. We'll be making a list here for this new quarter. I'm gonna look right now. I'll look right now. Hold on. I'll look right now. I haven't looked yet for the new quarter. I was gonna wait until the end of the month. But let me look right now and see if there's a new list. Let's see if there's anything popping up. Nope, just RBRK. That's on Doug Fuller's list too. That's a good stock. Did they pump today or no? They're down $1. All right, let me show you. All right, you guys want to see what we do around here? All right, hold on. So let's start at the beginning. So we try to all right. So normally I don't trade like SGLYs. Okay. Winky's probably the best stock trader I know. If you guys know who Winky Face is, probably the best stock trader I know. That guy trades. He has more time than I do, I think, to seek out great stock trades. Like he's a guy that'll he'll look at a basket of stocks that are on the move higher, and he'll find the one that's not catching up, and he'll pick that one instead of running with the pack, and then he figures the divergence will correct itself at some point. He's trying to beat the market, you know? You can't beat the market usually. You have to find outliers, arbitrage, right? It's very similar to traders that trade biotech companies waiting for a press release about a product. You don't actually stay in for the press release. You just run up the anticipation of the press release. So I don't have a lot of time. So I'm always looking for fundamentals and technicals on a company. So I'm looking for a few things right now. We have the gift right now. We have a gift right now that IPOs are getting pumped before they IPO. So that's actually a gift. Well, it's not a gift, but it's pretty clear to see. I don't know how to word this. In the past, you'd get an IPO, and it might never take off. Then there was a time period where an IPO would launch, and it would take off for a month and a half. And then it would get dumped down to zero or whatever, whatever the original IPO was. Now, they're pre-selling all of this shit. And so it just opens immediately way, way, way too high. So the good thing about that is you can just short the fuck out of it immediately, right? An IPO. What it does, though, is it gives you time for that IPO to prove itself. So you have to wait sometimes, 3 months, 9 months, a year for it to bottom out. And you can actually start to see it get accumulated. But meanwhile, what you're doing is you're watching to see, is it the beginning of a bull market? And you're also watching to see, is it being accumulated? And you've got some reference, like they've got some guidances out. They've got some reports out. And so I'm always looking for spec growth that makes actual products. A lot of people want the pie in the sky. Like, I want to pick the next Tesla, next Apple. And I'm more like, how about spec growth that's doing something? Like they've cornered the sand pile market. They bought up all this market for, I don't know, like sand that's special because it comes off this particular river and it only makes a specific concrete that can be used on bridges for 40 years. They own all the land and they have exclusive rights and they're just going to grow, They're not taking on debt. They're just got a bunch of bucket shovels pulling stuff out of the ground and they're making hand over fist money. As an example, you start of a bull run, and normally they've been shorted down to the depths of hell already. And they've put together some good guidance. They may be developing some other land or some shit. So you just start following these companies. And if you can see them get burned down to the ground, you can actually kind of see market makers, not a market maker dealer market maker, an actual market maker, and they'll accumulate all these shares and then they'll do a story on that company. Positive press, that kind of stuff. So you accumulate with them, looking for them to become one day a meme stock. By the time it's on like IOCT, was it IO? We did IOCT, didn't we? Or was it IONQ? IONQ. We were buying that when it was worthless. Whole bunch of stocks. Whole bunch of shitcos. Or not, they weren't really shitcos. They're good companies, good fundamentals. But you're looking to buy those things when nobody's talking about them. And they're like new IPOs. They haven't been poisoning people's thoughts on them. And they'll become like the next cool thing. So if you just keep watching those things and put alerts on them, and then one day maybe they're good, right? They at least have a fundamental basis of why they should go up too. And they're in the basement. They're not getting delisted unless they've taken on debt or they're committing some fucking fraud they've been busted for. None of that shit. I'm talking about everything is good. And they're in a growth spurt, right? So let's look at a company right now. We'll chat about this company. Now, I don't want to buy this company right now, but I want to talk about it. Don't go fucking buying this company, okay? Please, just don't. But we'll look them up. So this is how I do this shit. So the first thing that I do is if I find a company, I read all their financials. First thing I do. Financials, try to read guidance or listen to audio. Normally they don't have video, but normally you get some audio or you get some written guidance, and just try to read their story for 1 to 3 years, somewhere in there, and listen to what they're saying that they're doing. If they're in the shitter, maybe they IPO'd high, now they're in the shitter, and you just see it being bought. Find out who's buying it. Hopefully it's not a bunch of fucking retail. It's all institutional buying, that kind of shit, right? And you keep track of this company, and you're looking then for velocity, momentum on the stock. This is all like Wyckoff type stuff, right? Accumulation patterns. anyways, then then I look at their fundamentals. Then I go to stock twits, and I don't like stock twits at all. I never go there more than once or twice or very frequently, infrequently. The main reason is so you don't become a fanboy. You know, like Tesla gang. You don't drink the Kool-Aid. We're losing this right now. I'm not in a trade here either. No zero dates. If I do take a trade and SPY, I will tell you in the market chat. So I'll go to stock twits, and the reason I go there is because every stock has dedicated people that know about that stock. They have their own gang, right? In this case, RBRK gang. Roger, Bravo, Roger, Kilo. Check their fundamentals. I'll look right now at their fundamentals. So I usually go to one of the places that another company that I don't like, but I'll go to like, say, where do I go normally? I don't know why that's not on that screener right there, but I'll use Seeking Alpha, or I'll use stockanalysis.com. And I don't pay for anything, just free. Like stockanalysis.com. I'll type in RBRK. Do I know what they do? I probably at one point did, because they've been on my list here for a while. Rubric Inc. I'm like the guy on CNBC. So what do? I have no idea. I just know that it's squeezing, right? Start checking out their revs, their rev growth. Like, look at this company. Revenue growth year over year. 41%, 4.6. They had a bad year in 2024, fiscal year 2024. But this year they've had revenue growth of 41%. They had revenue growth of 18% in 23. They had revenue growth in 2022 of 30%. That's fucking huge for a company. Huge. Right? Hold on, let me go look at this other one here. Huge for a company. RBRK. One. Rubric. Rubric, expanding with business data growth. Initiating with a buy, right? Another marvelous quarter, but watch out, right? And these guys just have nothing but good. We look at the revs in this company every fucking year growing. Earnings per share, right? Almost that positive. These guys are doing the right thing, right? These guys are doing great. Who owns this company? Now, individuals and insiders own a bunch of it. Institutions own the majority of it. Public and others, a small part. No state owned in this company. So let's go look at it together. RBRK. Cybersecurity company. I've been to their website before. Now I know who they are. They got a cool website. I've even got them charted out over here where I want them to go. So let's go down here and look at these guys. Okay, so this is RBRK. They had a good squeeze here too. Look at this company. They started out pretty cheap down here at $30. Accumulate, new high, back test on the daily trigger. Just been cranking. Traded $80. Back test the daily. Bam, new high. Bloodbath. Right? They're about to go green too. For revs, right? Or for earnings. So next thing that I look at with this company, this is a fundamentally sound company. They do good work, right? You got $80 and you got a low of 51. That's pretty good growth. This company will probably one day be trading in the hundreds, if not 200s. But that doesn't mean buy it here.
April futures settle at $2.19. Diesel April futures $2.24. WTI crude May futures settling at $68.28 a barrel, which is up 21 cents or 0.31%. And natural gas April futures settle at $3.98.
Look at that nice pump right there. And there's a low right here. You see that? The hourly is a little too spicy for me. See that hourly pump?
Trades from macro headline risk.
So I really want to see, this is good right here to see. But I do want to see that, green come down, right? That hourly. Come down a little bit. Let's look at it in a higher frame. Daily velo's looking good. I don't like the weekly velo. The series of lower highs. So it's great on a daily basis, but not on an hourly basis. It's not good on a weekly basis. That's the one that I'm looking for right there. That's meaning that this could come down and then swoop higher farther out in time. That's like June, July, September, November, December for a print, something like that. And there's probably another low, major low coming in this stock. Okay, probably. So I'm looking at, this is an IPO, by the way. So I wanted to go lower. There's a gap down below here. You can see it. That needs filled. There's a trend line up here. I think this stock could do well in here before hitting down below. This could be July where it hits that, right? Could be this week, next week. So for me, I've got an alert set right now. See a little alarm right there? Close the gap down here, right? This is kind of the vicinity, isn't it? Do I care if I buy it right here? Nope. Do I care if I buy it right there? Nope. Kind of in the right place, isn't it? The weekly trigger is right there. And that's that weekly that I said, that weekly velocity that I said was weak. So like this is $58, $54. I think that's fairly simple. And where am I looking for this to trade? Well, we have this prior high back here. We've got this up here, right? We got kind of a trend going here. Kind of a trend going right there, right? If I can catch that, I know that, like, hey, Cap, you're being too cheap. If I do like 20 of these companies, 100 of these companies, one of them is going to do it for me. Big wick down, get an alert, ricochet up higher, right? Just like this one. See it? Up, down, wham, right? So you're just like, you get this over here, right? Sits right here, and then wham, wham, right? Same kind of price action right there. And off and running. So, a company to watch, isn't it? I would not buy this company right now, and I don't think you should either. And this squeeze right here, they've already tried to take out part of it. They've taken a half-back trade right here. I should redraw this, because you can see. Let's do it like this. There's the halfback, right? Failure up there. You're going to at least get this, right? You're at least going to get that. If it's a 5, it's going to move 5, you're going to go below, right? Up like that, maybe flat or whatever. And that's it right there, right? Wham, to the upside. Now, if it begins, there's April right there. Now, if it turns around on these on the first two, if it turns around like here and starts making a new high, prior high, I can always jump back in and take it from right there too. So I guess you can make a second alert in here. You could do I didn't do the second alert, but you could do the second alert right there. Do the other alert right here. And you can either take this trade or look for the this one right here. Oops, sorry, right there to the upside. There's this that weekly trigger is looming down there, just begging to come down here. So that's the trade that I'm looking for. Set your alerts slightly higher than where you think it's going to trade, and move them up if you need to, so that you don't miss the trade. So let's say this weekly trigger moves higher, keeps doing this. Then what you do is you just move your trigger higher, okay? Before it gets into your expected target. Now my trigger is lower because of the gap fill down here, so I'm hoping I get a wick. Hoping I get a wick down, get the alert right. Bing, alert. Or right there. Comes back up. Whoop. Okay, let's try to get it to go higher. Check the fundamentals, check the news, make sure that nothing's going to happen to it. Rubric. I'll put it in my portfolio, RBRK. We'll add this and we'll look at it again in the future, okay? We'll check on this again together as a group. I'm going to probably move that one just like that. So you got a nice, see that nice big range right there? Like so symmetrical. Right? So symmetrical, right? Beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see it now? Break out from that high. Right? 2, 3. Right? 4. That'd be right here. And then one more, probably $100. Or a failure at 90, probably. Sometimes they like to fail 80 too. It's a big failure point in here, but you could probably do it like this. At the end of the year. Fail 80. Something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something like that. Right about there. And you know that's going to bust out, right? See it now? Low. Higher, low. Another one over there. RBRK. Unless you think the bull run's over. I don't know that the bull run is over, but I know the volatility isn't. That. I know the volatility is not over, and I know if we do reciprocal tariffs, we're going lower. But I don't think the bull run's over just yet. Wouldn't count out the bull run being over. Hey, thanks, David. Appreciate it. Can I analyze SPY? So you can't analyze SPY today. You can't analyze SPY today. You have to. I can analyze it after today, which I did in last night's brief. Last night's brief is intact. If you look at the lines, if you look at the lines that I drew, they're for after today. You can't do any analyzing for anything today. Don't believe anybody that tells you that you can. Do you want to see what my expectations are for tomorrow forward? You want me to do that for you? Can you do that? Who's asking that question? Somebody asked that question. David, you want me to do that? Here, David, hold on. I'll throw a bone to you guys. Hold on. Okay. Fireside chat time, okay? Perfect time. Everybody hates Jim James today. Okay. Let's chat. This is SPY, okay? You can't really analyze this. It's OPEX. There's nothing you can do in here. What we can do is we can take a look closely here. So this is SPY, okay? I'm not gonna show you everything. It's like when I write these things, it's like a ton of there's a bunch of other shit behind why I wrote this. I can't do this for you today. Just believe me. Trust me, bro. We have a bunch of flows coming in. Watch my hand over here. We have a bunch of flows coming in from now until March 26th. There's a gap higher that is unfilled. Okay? This line right here is March 26th. So I would expect that we're going to get, hopefully, Trump doesn't poison pill. There's some doom, not quite doom, but you don't want Trump to poison pill the next one, the weekend, and then 4 sessions. This is 4 sessions. Okay, and this takes us into the flows. Now we could sit up here. We don't necessarily need to come down. And we can actually trade higher from here too. We can squeeze. And I haven't talked about that yet, but I want to show you this. Like, see this right here? We can squeeze up here all the way into April 2nd. So even though I have this drawn only to here, we can actually go higher. But we're talking about easy money, right? Easy money. Don't want to get trapped in, right? Theta Gang is going to want to trap us in. They don't want you to get the new high. They don't mind if you miss closing the gap. But we can squeeze up here. We can float around and then drop over here. But this is like the worst case scenario in my viewpoint. So if you had a path, right? Watch my cursor, like the goat says, right? You can go up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, right? Come down here over this way. This is the basic idea of where we're headed. Now, this is Liberation Day, right? Trump was talking about that today. Liberation Day, right? This is going to be a significant importance to the market. We're gonna either start close. We'll go up and trade. Then we'll trade 82, and we'll trade 600 and 604. This is forget this line right here because it would actually follow my cursor. Let's say everything was honky dory. We could squeeze, get the new high, come back down, and then bounce around until about April 15th. And you'd see single stocks bottom out, you'd see SPOOs bottom out, and then it would start to rise into midsummer. That same thing, though, that can happen down here, too. Like you get the doom from Trump, we would trade the new low, come back up again, and then blast down to the monthly trigger. I don't know if you're following that or not, but you get the idea here, right? We got to, and I'm going to tell you something. There are a fuck ton of sellers up here.
Brent crude futures settle at 70.
Here, let's do this together.
A barrel, up 16 cents or 0.22%.
It's Friday, right? It's fucking Friday. It's 2:46 in the afternoon. It's been a good day. Let's do this together. Is SGLY still pumping? Is it still pumping?
To stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for
Are you fucking savages fucking still dicking around with SGLY?
Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price.
You guys are savages.
And save 92%.
That thing's got a giant red bar on it in the 1 hour. All right. Let's talk spoos. Let's talk shop here, okay? Gather round. I mean, 45 forever. Tell them. Tell the people in public, man. I try my best, man. Jesus Christ, I'm like looking at all my stuff right now. All right. That over there. Okay. Let's switch to the trigger screen. Let's get out of this. Is a 1 minute chart. You guys, number one, got to get off a fucking 1 minute chart, okay? And like scroll back a little bit. I'm gonna delete everything. Boom, gone. Everything's gone. I'm gonna get rid of pivots. It's Friday. It's my birthday. It's my birthday, baby. So let's do a freebie for everyone that watches this show for free. I'm gonna move this thing down. I'm gonna move that down there, and I'm gonna turn my camera off and turn off my frame so you guys can see everything. Okay. Just take a chill pill here, okay? Now, I need to tell you guys, if you, we put out briefs on the website. It's called tradethetrigger.com. Membership in our thing is fucking cheap. I think it's $28 if you buy it for a year. $20 a month or something. It's dirt fucking cheap. You get triggers and you get velocity and a bunch of other cool shit, pivots, and we got more shit coming. I got another tool right now that I haven't launched yet, but I'm going to. Anyways, something just like this. Anyways, what you need to know here is these are monthly candles, okay? We tag that monthly bar, right? Damage is done with the wick, that big David AMS thing, right? But the body tells the story, is what he says, right? Now, right now, we don't know what the story is. We don't. And I want you to see where this blue line is down here. This blue line would signify we're still, like, crash, underneath, recession. Remember that. Underneath and stay underneath is recession. That's not blue line crosses over. This is really fucking bad. Like, if Trump starts that shit, it'll be bad. But we can easily trade down here and down here, which is 530 and 520 when the monthly trigger gets there. 510. We can easily trade this if we still have uncertainty. And this is what this is. This is uncertainty and pricing in tariffs. You want to see reciprocal tariffs, more uncertainty, it's down here. You want to ruin the economy? We'll staircase the whole fucking way down. I promise. We will. Stock market, not happy. Stock market participants, not happy. If you look at a Euro chart versus a US chart, we got money fleeing the US market. You need to be able to bring people back to the U.S. market for any of that to change. So I'm not going to talk about this today or whatever, that stuff today, but I want to draw that one in right there, make this one green, and I'm going to do one more down here, down there, and one more right here. We'll come back and revisit this in a minute. We're in a bull market. Don't forget that, okay? We are in a bull market, no matter what anyone tells you. That's what we're in. Don't listen to any of these fucking fakers. Don't listen to any of these people. Don't listen to any of these fucking faker bullshitter. They're probably short, or they got in late short, or they want to see us cascade down. They want to see burning tires, all the bullshit. Don't listen to them. Every 10% plus, like 10, 13% correction is an auto buy. Even if you have to wait for the market to come back to the scene of the crime, it's an auto buy. Every time. Every single fucking time. Goddamn, since 1929. We'll talk about 1929 later, but for right now, that's what you do. So we're going to go to sometimes you're alone crying. Oh, I'm stuck over here in this position. You can sell options against your shit. But remember all this over here. This is also where the Fed put is. If you want to know where the Fed put is, it's right here. This is where the Fed put is. Today, 506.76. If we cascaded down, you would get an emergency rate cut the moment we touch that. Right there. They'd be on the fucking news and you'd get the Fed put. Even if Trump didn't do it. Even if we went underneath, you'd get the first Fed put right there. 25 cut minimum. If not a 50 automatic. Try to arrest it. Guaranteed. There's a Fed put there. 100 fucking percent. Okay, next thing. So we're sitting here, right? We're on let me go check this. We're on a weekly basis here. Because of uncertainty, there's sellers right there. Okay? And this is strong. Sellers right here. Uncertainty. Can't price anything in. Too much shit talked about. Right there. Tells you a lot, right? A lot of range here to trade. If you go to a daily basis, we got more to talk about too. We got all kinds of stuff to talk about. See that gap down there? And let me show you this. We go into a recession for the bears out there. We're trading all that. 440, 387. That's your last Fed put right there. They'll chase it down here. You'll get your last cuts. They'll go to fucking zero down there. I guarantee it. We'll be back to 0, 0, 0 rates. QE. You'll hear digital printer down here. We print it digitally. So, we're on a daily basis right now. Uncertainty, right? Daily basis right there. We got a gap to close here. We got a gap to close in here. We got some gaps to close in here, right? We got gaps up here to close. This is 605. I guarantee you there's a gamma bar, a giant one at 604. SPX. I bet there's a gamma bar up there. Big fat one. Just looming for return to the scene of the crime. Almost guaranteed there's one. 604. So, and people are probably betting that we're doing this right here. Straight shot. And they're looking for a Trump put. They're looking for even clarity, anything. You can snip this if you want as I build it, so you can see it in higher frames. 4 hour. See what we can see here. That's the gap that needs closed, right? Yep. And we're locked in today, aren't we? Do you see it right here? We're locked in. I'm sure there's a fucking bear out there telling you that we're going to collapse. Prolapse. Bro, it's gonna die. Bro, we're gonna wake up with cascading down on Monday, bro. I'm sure that's what they're telling you. They're wrong. We have flows coming into the market until the 26th. I'll show you the chart in a minute. So you got that weekly there, you got that daily there, you got some resistance, you got big resistance there. We're looking for clarity, right? Support with a big M right there. That all looks good. We got some resistance in here, though, don't we? We're not going to want to give that up, of course. We're not going to want to give that up, but these are weak. These are all weak. These are just intraday hourly bars. They don't mean shit. Okay. And don't forget, we've got our low, right? Don't forget our low down here. This doesn't really matter, though. Like, you'll see people draw this shit in and be like, oh, this matters, bro. It doesn't. I'm going to tell you why. The market goes up and down, okay? If the market was bought right here and there's a failure, it ain't going down here to double check to go higher. It means that these buyers are weaker than these sellers. Do you understand? So let's say we squeeze and we fail. We can go down here and stay in trend, but I don't believe so. I think that you go lower, find real buyers. Make sense? In my view. Some of you guys can do that if you want to. You can, draw this in and try to save your ass and whatever. But I'll be honest with you. It's fucking lower. Uncertainty down here. Make sense? I hope that it does. There's a few more things we got to draw in here. These are beautiful, right? We know where some of the sellers are, right? We can. No, we don't know. We're gonna assume that that's a big fucking wick right there. There's a big wick right there, right? We're going to assume this is where the bears are. These aren't big bears. The big bears are up here. The big bears are right here. This is right where we said hedge. That's where we said it. February 14th, 10:30 in the morning. Big bull day. I said, nope, we're going to talk bear. Chase probably remembers it. I said, you know how bullish we are right now? I said, we're going to stop the program and talk about hedging. Look at that fucking print. So, we got some stuff to talk about, right? The big sellers are up here. They're probably going to move down right about there. Right? We know that the fucking late to the party FOMO bears, they want to sell right here. They want this down right now. Okay? So we know where they are. We know where the two groups of sellers are. There's a group of sellers there, and there's a group of sellers right here. These are the fucking fakers right here. Fucking fake ass bullshit bears. These are like FOMO bulls. They're bullshitters. You can squeeze these guys out in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. You ain't even if we have Trump saying everything is fine, these fuckers will still sell us down. They don't give a fuck. Even if we're going higher, they're coming in. Okay? So remember that stuff. Get rid of that for now. Get rid of that for now. There's some things that we can tell here. And I want to show you, I'll show you some of this. Hold on.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
This is I want you to look at this right here. So this is SPX flow of funds, seasonal composite. This is pensions money that's coming into the market. From March 22nd, tomorrow, they crank it up into the 24th, pullback. Crank it up into the 26th, pullback. One more in the 29th. This kind of implies a good push up, and then some sideways action, and then a roll down. Now, we're not expecting big moves out of SPY with these flows. These flows are kind of junk. They're not huge flows. They're not these flows. That's a lot of flows. And there was what else going on? A lot of uncertainty with all of these flows, right? Uncertainty hasn't been lifted yet. So we could just trade sideways, couldn't we? If uncertainty is not lifted, even if the flows are coming into the market. So we need volatility to die. You understand what I'm saying? Volatility to die. We don't have that right now, do we? So let me close this out with you. We could easily, these are the flows with you know that big line going up? That was these flows right here. So we could easily be trapped in here. Yeah, bro, it's going up. We're going to close that gap. And in reality, we go up for a day or two, up, down, up, trapped in here. Boom, downside. Never close the gap.
US is Ruby.
Boom.
US designates of.
Makes sense? This is April 2nd.
The former president.
Trap all these bulls thinking they're going to trade up here, thinking they're going to squeeze, thinking they're going to go to 604.
For their corruption.
Liquidity.
So again,
pulled up,
individuals for their
down.
Involvement.
Make sense? Now, let's look at something else here. We're going to look at hot stocks. And we're going to look at VIX. Here's VIX. High. I shouldn't do this with VIX, with VVIX, but we will. Do you see a pattern here? VVIX is telling you the way is lower on VIX. There's a spread. I think it's 5 or 6 right now. But we can't trust VVIX, VIX of the VIX right now. We could easily bloodbath down, right? Send the VIX higher and then slam down. That would be a crash, right? Or trap us in, right? That would be ugly, right? Trade 550, trade 520, 30, and then we meet up with VVIX down here. So cannot be trusted. But it's something positive saying market could squeeze quickly. A little bit positive for the bulls down here. But we still need, the at-the-money volatility is still high. So, like, I want you to look at something here. Very simple here. Get rid of this comparison. I need to show volatility. And the volatility contract comes out today. But do you notice how, like, we're up where we're staying high? We're not trading 15 to 12, are we? We're not, like, bouncing up in here, are we? This is elevated risk. It's showing that people are scared. You can see it right in the VIX. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can just tell right now. Nobody trusts policy right now. So we'll get rid of that one. But VVIX is saying it's coming back down. So what, like, if you were like a spread trader, hold on here. or like a condor or a fly trader, you know you could have a sexy fly in here and down here and trap everybody in no matter where we go. Whether we get trapped in here, you don't care. We go up here, you don't care. And as long as Trump doesn't resolve everything, you're going to make a bunch of money. Does that make sense? Failure of bulls. Bears aren't going to get this until April 2nd. So this is where the money's at, right? You don't care what's happening. You get trapped in here. But there's some dates we need to look at as well. We've got the 26th, or excuse me, 22nd tomorrow, which is, or today, I guess, close. From today into the 26th is when our best flows come in. Okay. And then we've got Liberation Day on the 2nd, right? Fairly easy to see, right? You've got your low over here, right? Whoop. We're up there. We haven't violated this yet, have we? Nope. We haven't violated that. There's been no violation there, has there? Not yet, at least. Let me move this down so I can look at what I did last night. To watch all this, right? Nice little thingamabob here, right? A little bit of bull flagging, right? You got, check this on a 30-minute basis. Hold on, it's going to take a second here for me to get there. You're turning up on daily velocity. This is very productive for a squeeze to 604, but we know that there's too much volatility in the market. Series of higher lows and hourly looks good on a 30-minute basis. On a daily basis, daily looks great on a daily basis, but weekly is indecisive. This is a key point. This is where the indecision comes in. We could go negative on weekly or begin to accumulate on weekly. And this is very important. If it resolves itself, we'll crank into summertime. If it doesn't, we're going to go negative on weekly, and that weekly trigger is going to come rolling down. So this is all very important information that's telling you a story of where we are. There's a story being told right now in the market. Volatility is telling you a story. Momentum's telling you a story. All telling you a story. Where we're going. We got some dates, right? We got some policy stuff over here. We got some bulls wanting to go up here. We probably have big theta going, fuck you, no, we're going to trap all you assholes in, thinking you're going to get a squeeze, and you're going to walk the plank down or up, right? We'll unwind this once we get to the second. Make sense? Volatility's still in play here. We don't have any changes. This is why we watched Trump earlier today. We're looking for any hint of relief Trump put. And I want to tell you something that's important about this. Trump is telling Powell to give the put. Now, I don't think you're going to get the Powell put. I think he saves them for lower. But there is a chance you'll get a Powell put. Powell could come out and give you 25 BPS, and uncertainty goes away. It shows the willingness of the Fed to do the put. Powell offered slowing of QT, signifying he would heel to Trump if it's needed. But Powell is fine with us blooding to put the put on. That doesn't help you as a bull. This is yesterday, Thursday. One more, and then right there. Okay, now this is the best you can hope for. So how do you trade this? There's a bunch of different ways you can trade, and not only that, right? You've got, don't forget this time frame over here. We can like go like this. And then we go up or down, right? Some of you will say, nope, you know what we're going to do, Cap? We're going to come back down here, and then we're going to squeeze all these bears out and then make the decision because we already know that's going to be bad news. That's a possible outcome, too. Nope, Cap, fuck these bears. It's all the way up to 604. So, there's this outcome, too. See that one right there? We squeeze up and just get trapped in here. Brutal, right? Right, down. Underperform the entire market. Teaser of closing the gap. Teaser of a new high. Teaser of meeting all this. We know there's sellers here. They're going to want to step in up there. There's a lot of like danger here right now. Volatility has not gone away. Flows have not come into the marketplace. We change this back to a 1. Change that to that right there. Change that or that right there. Okay. So how do you trade this? It's tough. Like you could do a wide spread or a wide fly. You could do, one of my favorites is putting on a bear ratio spread. We go higher. If we go up, I make money. If we roll down, I make tons of money. 90 days to 60 days on it. And then there's another thing, too. We would expect the bottom. We would expect us to bottom by what? April 15th. Or if it's an index, the last day of April. So let's say we lose this. Let's say just say they choke us in. Choke us in, right? Here's the second. Trump tells everybody to fuck themselves. You got the line right here. Right? Blood down. Boom. There you go, right? Bam. Bam. Right there, right? Straight down. See it? Whole thing. So if you do like if you do this over here, right? That's a great bear ratio spread. It goes higher and runs away. You can close it out, take the money, you'd be flat. Another great trade is just boxing everybody in until we get to the second. Or even not the 30th, excuse me, just the second. Box everybody in here. Wide spreads. That would even account for a squeeze up for liquidity, right? I wouldn't be short here necessarily. I don't personally think that you just wake up and start staircasing. You can wake up on Monday and you're like, down here, close that, bro. There's right there. Trap these bear bulls in. I know what you guys are thinking. Down there, it's like blood all the way down. Maybe there's an insider that knows more than I do. For me right now, what I think is that you're likely going to, and you've got till the 29th, I think. And there's a bunch of like bears that are like the vortex of hell, right? You got the 31st right here. Vortex is right here. Right? Vortex of hell. There's your vortex of hell right there. 65, right? Vortex of hell, squeeze it up. No new high. And then we do what? We decide if we're going down or up, right? Make sense? Up or down? Make sense? This is where you get your new JPM collar. Does that make sense? Kind of all lines up, doesn't it? With like all the news, all the other stuff. You want to snip that for yourselves? This could be written better. It could be more like this, this, that, and then that right there. There's your hourly trigger. Right there. Hourly trigger. You reset the hourly trigger down here. Back up again. That works the hourly trigger just fine. Or hourly velocity, excuse me. If you did get the bounce and got the new high, that would be the daily velocity would be positive. But we're not there yet. We're not there. You can't do this yet until uncertainty passes. I think I got this, and like even if I'm wrong in here, I at least have an expected path. And I want to leave you with this. Let's say you come back and you go, "Well, Cap, you were wrong, bro. We woke up and we're down here." Right? We got a new low, bro. We're fucked. I at least have a plan. Do you understand what I'm saying here? You guys don't have to be right. You guys got to get out of the habit of saying, well, first of all, you got to trade your own plan, but you need to have a plan. And if your plan is bound to go wrong at some point, you need to understand, I got to cut my losses here and get short. Does that make sense? Like you need to know where you think the market is going, right or wrong. Take the easy trades. Use your tools like, hey, good back test. We got a new high over here. I can get long right there, right? There's your prior high, right? We hit the low, we get the high, back test, hourly triggers right there. I'm long, baby. Easiest part of the trade right there. That makes sense? So you don't necessarily, when you're looking, when I draw this shit for you in briefs, you're always on the lows, looking to get long. Looking to get long. You're always on the highs, trying to get short. You don't care if you get squeezed out or if it blasts down. You're just looking for the bounce, the new high, take it long. Make sense? And if it goes like you're like, bro, I'm sitting down here waiting for a dip, right? And it goes like this, right? Comes down, fails to get the new high and starts to drop. Uh-oh, I can't get long. Okay, I'm going to switch to a bear. You can switch to a bear or a bull as much as you want. You don't owe people shit. You don't own, hold on a second here. You don't own anybody anything. You don't own me anything. Owe me anything. You don't owe Twitter, Wall Street Bets, Stock Twits. You don't owe shit to nobody. You're going to be wrong. You just need to be able to have a plan. You need to write a journal. You need to look at the fucking charts on a higher frame. A month, a week, a day, an hour, a 4 hour, a 15 minute, a 1 minute, a 5 minute, then back to a 15, then back to an hour. You need to see if these candles are red or green. Are we accumulating on that time frame you're in, or are we in a red candle? You're like, I'm going to buy a dip here, and your hourly candle is fucking red. So you need to cycle back and forth or have multiple charts open. And just having a plan is enough. Well, that plus some basic goddamn fucking rules for yourself. And this game is not about being like wrong or right. It's about managing that you're going to be fucking wrong. Best traders are only right 6-7 times out of 10. Best. If you can be right 4 times, 5 times, you're doing great. You're going to be a pretty decent trader. But don't be trying to hit it out of the park with a fucking grand slam. Don't be trying to like, oh, I fucked up. Have a way to counter trade yourself. I think this is going to happen. Oh, not happening. I'm going to go with my other plan. Does that make sense? No, yes, don't care. Psychology of taking losses. It sucks. It's brutal. I took a loss today. I don't even know if I've taken the loss yet. I'm definitely going to lose this trade. So this morning, first thing I did was tell myself, I'm like, if we're going to sit down here for a minute, and I'm watching the call. So I opened a call option chain this morning, and I was looking at 0 dates, and there were 0 dates. Like first tag we made, it was like a dollar option, and then I'm just watching them grind them down, like grind, and I'm like, we're not even moving right now. This is OPEX shit, and they're just murdering the chain because they're rolling everything, and all the IV was just coming out of it. All the interest in that option was just getting crushed. And I'm just watching it going, nope, not buying those right now. Then I'm like, then they went down to like 5 fucking cents, an option that started the day at the first bounce this morning at like $1. And I'm like, oh yeah, they're killing these things. And then I'm like, as soon as they murder this chain, they're going to squeeze this fucker up. And I went right back into it and traded and made a 300% trade fucking immediately. So why though? Because that's time in market, right? I take an L, punch me in the fucking face, no problem. Fucking, I got a plan, right? I'm gonna make that fucking money back. I'm not gonna get scared. You know what I'm saying? But losses suck. I would do paper trading to start, but and save money. And I would also say to you that think left-footed. If you're right-footed, think left-footed. Like everything's the opposite. Everything you think is right is the opposite. If you're a new trader, every fucking thing you think is wrong. Do the opposite. Like, or at least think on the opposite. Second thing would be ask other people. One of the biggest fucking problems traders have is they all think they're the best. I fucking lose in public with you people. I should be your example. How many fucking people that you know on socials only post after? How many? Dude, when you guys see people posting their wins and losses, they're fucking paper trading. They're fucking like writing in numbers. Do you know? I gotta tell you guys something. I shouldn't say this publicly. Do you know that I can go into my fucking brokerage right now and I can do inspect element and show you a fucking $30 million brokerage account? Snip it and post it in this goddamn Discord. No one would know the difference. Not a single fucker would know. You would never know. Some of you guys aren't coders, but coders and developers know I can bullshit anything. So if you want me like, hey, can you snip this and snip that? I'll fucking snip whatever you want. You tell me what you want me to show you I'm a 50 millionaire? My point here is this. Like this is, I don't like talking about this stuff, but I lose on public with you, right? I don't make videos that I record. I tell you guys what I think is going to happen. How many people tell you, well, this could happen, that could happen, or the language they use? It's possible this happens. This may happen. I'm a real trader. I tell you what my conviction is, and I'm going to lose. You as a trader should have no problem. Why would you ever realize a loss? Why would you ever take 10 grand, right, and make a bet and not ask somebody, what do you think of this trade? Especially if you had a small account. If you got like if I'm trading $1,000, how much money do you think? How much of my bank do you think that is? That's like some of you trading fucking $5, like $1, like, and you guys are like, I got 10 grand, I'm going all in. Then you guys are doing it like again and again and again and again and again and again. You're not taking profit out. You're not taking profit out and put it in safe investments to make more money to trade the stock market. So if you're trading and you're new to trying to work through the psychology of losses, stop trading, number one. Start paper trading. And you shouldn't be taking any fucking trades unless you ask somebody, hey, I'm thinking about this trade. And if you're that guy, you better be buying fucking stock or a spread that's fucking a year out, 3 months out, 6 months out. You better have the whole plan done. If you're going to ask me what I think about your trade, I want to know time, date, price. I want to know the fucking Greeks on it. I want to know all kinds of shit. How do you fucking pull one side off? How are you opening this? How are you going to close the side if it goes against you? How do you leave one side on for profit, take it off, and leave the other side on? Or are you losing one side, leave it on as a lotto? There's a lot of discussion in placing a trade or thinking in your brain that I'm willing to lose this, not willing to lose that. If I lose this, I got to counter trade it. There's a ton of stuff in there. So if you're blowing yourself, I used to do this, right? And blow my fucking ass out. Like $100,000 trade, gone. One trade, gone. 30 grand, gone. 130 grand, gone. Never asked a soul. Like, you're going to put it, you guys know that I call people here? Like, I call Binky up. I call Joe up. I call Winky up. You name it. Winky and I talk. You know, like, we talk. What do you think of this trade? You need to find those friends in our Discord and be like, what do you think of this? I ask other people what they think about those kinds of trades. I'm going to spend $50,000. What are you thinking? Like, I want to know. I'm not asking all of you, but I ask other people. This isn't like, I'm not a fucking furu. It isn't like what Jim James says is the way to do things. There are people that know tons more than me. I'll never be your furu. You need to, community is key to me. It's clutch. It changes everything for you as a trader. It changes your life as a trader. Community, friends, people that you can trade with. Me, you. This is how this whole thing started. This didn't start with oh, that guy over there uses big words. Oh, that guy over there does this. It started with me and friends. You know, what are you doing, man? What do you mean you're losing all the time? How the fuck are you losing all the time? That kind of stuff. That shit is critical. And I've been in Discords and in trading groups where they're brutal and dickheads and assholes. They make fun of each other and burn each other until they leave. That's not what we're doing here. We are retail fucking traders. Find out what other people are doing. You'll see, I just had a discussion. You'll see me, I've been having discussion. I had a discussion yesterday with RKRB with Doug Fuller in the Discord. Were you paying attention? Hey, Doug, what do you think of this? I think 50. I think he thinks 53 or whatever it was. Like, we talk to each other, measure what other people that we trust are saying to each other. Do you understand what I'm saying? I hope you do. That will do away with a lot of the dealing with losses. That is the actual answer. You can't be afraid to not look cool or smart. You guys see me lose. I'm not afraid to lose in front of you. You cannot be afraid to ask people, am I fucking about to torch 10 grand? Can you imagine taking $10,000, slamming it on a table, pouring gasoline over it, and lighting it on fire? That's what you're doing. I'm going to tell you a story. I've owned more than a few businesses. I owned one business, right? And we were burning money in this company. I literally took cash and set it on fire with my partner. I set it on fire in real life. I burned it. And I said, this is what we're fucking doing every day. Every fucking day, this is what we're doing. True story. I needed him to visualize what we were doing. It's insanity. You gotta be able to talk to people. Hey man, not like come out when you're only a winner. Woo, I won. You know, that's bullshit. You need to be like, hey, I'm planning to do this fucking thing. What are you guys thinking? I just showed you that we can get tied in here. We can get tied in here. Sorry, suckers. Ask Condor LVR. Ask John L. Ask 45 Forever. Those guys know for shit sure that they can rope us all in and rope-a-dope us right into April fucking 2nd with this volatility. We ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. All right. Anyways, stop trying to get fucking internet points. Just stop. Plaster that right then on your wall. Go to your bedroom and write, stop trying to get internet points. Nobody fucking cares. They can slam dunk on you all day long. You just make your own money. Make your own money. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was all Monopoly money. Oh, God. Oh, you know what it was? It was bills that they had gotten rid of. That's what I could remember it now. They were no longer in circulation. They had punched holes in them, not for use. There was movie money. All right. You guys understand what I'm saying? You guys got the outlook for next week? You guys want to, it's my birthday. You guys want to have a bourbon together or something? It's Friday, baby. You got it. Dear Mr. Bourbon Maker. Hold on here. Let's go down here and see what happens. Oh, thanks, Rodney. What did you send it to Captain Jim James at Gmail, or just send it to? Did you ping me on my corporate account on the corporate email? Old granddad. That's how the Midwesterners do it. Like Midwesterners don't give a fuck. These guys can drink. Still got that gap looming up there, don't we? Roger that, Rodney. I'll check it tonight, bro. I'll check it right now. I can't. I will check it, though. Got it. Thank you, MS. I know who you are. I'll check tonight, Rodney. I've done that to myself. I have written, dude. When I first started trading, I made a post on Wall Street Bets once. When I first started trading, I had taken an L. They did that too. And I took a marker or something and I wrote it. My wife was pissed and I wrote it on the wall next to my bed. And she was like, I got all kinds of shit I've done. I broke a desk down once. Like, You lose enough, you're gonna learn. You lose enough, you're gonna like fucking carve it in your forehead, fucking paint lipstick on your mouth, and look in the mirror and say, "I'm a fucking dummy." Think about that. When you take a huge L, why didn't I just ask somebody else what they thought of that trade? It's that simple. One other person. Don't post it on Twitter. Find a group of traders and be like, "Hey, what do you think of this fucking trade?" Get to know people. What do you do? Don't bother them in the middle of a trade. Talk to them after whatever market you're in. If that guy trades Asia session, you don't knock on his shoulder at fucking 7:45. "Hey man, can you explain that trade to me?" You just like, you have to be aware. Hey, that guy's trading from 4 a.m. to 8:30 every morning. I'm going to try to touch him on the shoulder at 8:30 and say, "Hey bro, can I talk to you for 5 minutes?" Or, "Hey, this guy comes in when there's only doom and he's buying stock. Hey man, when you're not doing this, do you mind if I ask you a question? What's your favorite fucking beer, bro? What's your favorite restaurant?"
Dollar for the first time since before Trump's win.
Why is your name like this? Why is your name Fatty Bugs? Why is your name fucking Condor? You know what I mean? And get to know people. And when they're not busy, or you see their history, what they're posting, you say, "What are you talking about, man?" You know, you get some time. Or you see this one guy hanging out in the Discord at a specific time and he's not trading. It's like meeting a new friend. You don't go in their house and start fucking yelling and drinking their beer and their whiskey and all that shit. You, like a fly on the wall, right? You wait to be invited to do something. Waterboy. That fucking guy is in that goddamn Unusual Wills bot all the time. I got to get him to do a show with us. But he's a wealth of knowledge. CS, Dr. CS. I never see anybody ask him what he means. I am Doug Fuller. Never see anybody ask him what he means. David AMS. He gets asked a lot of times in the wrong time while he's trying to make money. Winky Face. You know, people talking shit to him. He's angry. Why would you talk shit to Winky Face? Fucking guy's making bank. Like, it's insane. We're here to make money. You got it. Oh, thanks, Condor. All right, what time is it? 3:38. Give me 5 minutes. I'm going to go get a fucking Bulls chilled ball. And we'll see where we go here into this close if they park this shit. They're going to try to they're going to fucking try to park this shit. I'm going to try. Give me a few minutes and I'll be right back with you guys.
Speculative traders turned bearish dollar as of March 18th, again according to CFTC.
Just a note here, dollar is supposed to flip to dollar down, market up, not dollar up, market up. You know, like good news, bad news, good news. We're back to dollar down, market up. I don't know if you know that already, but I'm letting you know.
Do you want to stay up to date?
I'll tell you. I'll be direct. I know that everybody is obscure about that shit. I'm not. I'll fucking tell you what it means.
For a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
What's frozen? Reset your browser. Reset your browser. I'm good here on my end. Holy shit. SGLY. Right now trading $1.86. Woo! SGLY, baby. No, we're good. my shit frozen? Oh, did I pause it? Maybe I paused it. Hold on. I might have paused it. I think I paused the bars. Hold on. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think did I pause the bars or no? No, we're good. I'm good. Oh, sorry. I missed something, Fatty. What did you ask, Fatty? Can I read the message above? Okay, you picked up a 417, 572. I think that's insane. Oh, no, I think that's fine. 417 is fine. Why not go a little bit more in the money? And okay, so Fady, okay, so all right, I gotcha. So I want to talk to you guys about something. Okay, I need to do videos on this, like permanent videos. Write this down. If I give you an expectation, you want to be a buyer of dips. So now, you know how people make fun of people with that shit? They're like, oh, they bought the dip, then they bought another dip, they bought another dip, they bought another dip. That's cute and funny. But again, we're not here for internet points, are we? So let's look at this for a minute. We're gonna make a videos about this because this is what I want to talk to you about. If let's say I wanted to place a call trade right now to capture next week. I already told you that Theta Gang is going to try to rope us in. I already told you that volatility is high. That means what? Rips should be sold, right? Underperformance until volatility begins to drop, right? So the first thing you want to think about is, where are we range trading? Right? Let's just start there. Where are we right now? If you're a buyer of dips in high volatility, unless something changes, you're buying a dip there. Did you buy those calls there? If not, the answer is no. You missed the trade. You need to wait. Down here. You're diddling in the middle. You could do that trade. That's not a bad trade. Diddling in the middle, as the GOAT would say. Second thing, we think we have underperformance ahead for us. It might not underperform, but maybe underperformance, right? So let's look at it something else. So this is the trigger screen, right? Here's another rule for you. If I give you an expectation, you're down here trying to buy that. And what else are you doing with the rule? What's your other rule? You're looking for a bottom, right? And then here's a new rule for you. A new high and a successful back test with a higher low. That makes sense? So you enter the trade right there. So let's look at where we are right here. We'll cap, what if we go up from here? Okay, what's the prior high in the time frame you're on? It's right here. So you would still need to see the new high in a successful back test of that hourly trigger before you entered that trade. You need instigation proof that we're going higher before you enter that trade for the 17th of April. Now you're already in it. If you haven't lost any money, I don't care if we go up here. I think it's a bad trade, personally. You understand? I can see a wick right here. I can see the drop right here. So I would want to see, for putting calls today, I would want to see, like calls for next week, I would want to see something like that. So the first of this rule, right? I want to see the new high on whatever frame you're on. That's an hour frame, a day frame, a 4-hour frame. I want to see the new high from the prior high. I want to see a successful backtest. And as it begins to turn up, place my trade. Because my expectation is that it's up there, isn't it? Not right here. It's way up there. And depending on the time frame you're working on. You can stay in that trade. I mean, it's a good place to be. But, you know, I would say this. If you're already in the trade, you can manage it. So you can now say you need to see price get up here and hold. If you begin to see price, if you get the new high and you see this hold, you're good to go. If it begins to break underneath, it's going to take you downtown. You need to then get out. I'm losing power again. We have a bunch of crazy weather going on here. Whole bunch of crazy weather. You could possibly stay in that trade. It's just not the best execution. In my view. And that's just my opinion. Don't trade what I trade or how I decided to make trades, but if I was to take that trade, that's what I would be looking for. You can see it right here. I'd want to see the new high and one back test. And you can see there's the low. So here's the low right here. That's prior high. We got the new high right here. And we should be going higher. Yeah, it's not a bad trade. Have some stops underneath. You got that new high right there. It's productive. I'm saying it's a bad trade. You might be okay there. But for me, for OPEX, like executing this trade on OPEX, I'd be down here. I'd be right down here. I'd be begging for that shit down there. And the other reason I'm going to beg for that shit is because even if you get left behind, if you catch that one, that fucker's going to print solid. What does that fucking thing print? Even if you get roped in. Fucker's going to print what? That's a 3% move right there. You know, that's a fucking sexy trade. Three and 3.77. That's a goddamn good trade, right? That fucking thing. That makes you want to buy calls, doesn't it? Oh, thank you for posting that, Condor. We need to give Condor the ability to do at everybody. Nope. What just happened there? Dude, what is going on? Stop. What the fuck is happening in here? Fat ass fingers. Yes, I got super fat fingers. We got a nice island. This is a nice island right here. I mean, this is all constructive. I just don't like, this is all constructive. I just don't like I don't like the OPEX part of it. Like, you're going to get a bunch of people trying to get out of trades and shit. Like, I'm not anti this going up here. I just don't like the, oh, it's 350. Oh, here comes the witching. We're in the witching right now. I forgot. I didn't realize we had 10 minutes left. Look at me. I'm not fucking. All right, no bourbon for me, I guess. I didn't realize it was this late in the day. Maybe we aren't going all the way down there. I'm telling Fady that this is a bad trade, but it's like fucking 4 or 3 fucking 58 in the afternoon. I'm like, nah, bro, it might come down. Yeah, dude, sideways, right? Trading 563 right now. Sideways, end of day. You can see all these options being closed right here. Sorry, Fady, I apologize. I thought it was earlier, man. Disregard us going lower. Maybe we can catch a big red bar here. Oh, you're not. I don't know if you're gonna get a dip now, bro. You are gonna fight with Theta Burn over the weekend, but you got far out contracts. You'll be fine. I was wrong. I thought it was like another hour till close. I was afraid of that swing down. See if we trade that 5,700 on Monday open and then back test the hourly trigger. Watch us get shanked. I didn't place my trades today either. My bear put spread and my fucking calls for next for the 26th. I never put them on. Theta Burn, there's intrinsic value in an option over a set period of time when the option is created. It loses value to 0 into its expiration date, and then the closer that you get to expiration date, the less intrinsic it has. Like it's only worth 0 towards like the day before, day after, and it how the math is done on it. It's 365 days a year, not by trading days. So if I sold an option that's a year out, it would have so much intrinsic value, which also is a math equation that takes into account the price in the stock market. Holy shit. Pumping into the close right now. Pumping. My dead calls are still dead, though. Squeezing, baby. Beatty, did you get back into those calls or no? It might turn around up here. Maybe not. It's going to close this gap likely into the close. There's another pin, dude. You see that? They're wicking this. They got ghost prints everywhere here. They just ghost printed this one right here. They got like there's been multiple ghost prints up here today. There's one right there. I can see it. You can't see it on the show, but I can see them here. There's like very faint ghost prints in there. Look at fucking SGLY pumping into the bell here. Holy shit. SGLY today up like 200% at one point today. 200% SGLY. You can. I don't know if you can see him here, but I can see him on my side. There are ghost prints in here. So the target was hit. They did this shit earlier today too. They gave ghost prints. It's got to be something that's like can't be seen. You didn't get back in, Fady? Are you shitting me? I said get back in. I said I got the time wrong. Oh, man, I owe you a drink, dude. I fucked up. Yeah, I don't know. I rarely see them. You can see them. You see them? They're in there right now. You can see them. I can see them on my screen. I rarely, I'll see them sometimes on like Webull, but I rarely see them on TradingView. You're down 7,000 this month? All right. Fady, why are you not buying like 100 pack of stocks? Well, why are you not buying like a stock, like just 100 pack and selling options against it? Is it boring? I still have calls open from yesterday. Just in case. Nope, they didn't do me. Like, just in case. Unrealized losses until 4:15. You guys have yourself a great weekend. I'll see all of you guys on Monday. Why don't you guys have a great weekend? Not easy trading, is it? All right, I'll see you guys. It's been a good month. I've done good. It's been a good month. I'm up. I'm green. You guys all have a great night. See y'all tomorrow. I've had a couple downward spikes in my month though. I got like 3 V-shaped recoveries this month. 3 bad trades. Oh, it could be other stuff too. Like, because I own stock too, so that could be partially like stock drops along with bad trades. All right, you